because sometimes love is just a hoodie away. Starting today, synthetic inhalers like Ventolin have been classified as lung toxin accelerators by the American Lung Association.
Do you know there's a 2-ingredient recipe that's threatening Big Pharma's billion-dollar profits because it can fight dementia in just a few weeks?
My God, what I'm about to tell you happened just a few days ago. If you're caring for someone... Bless the Lord, oh my soul. Worship His holy name. Sing like never before. Oh my soul, I worship Your holy name. I worship Your holy name. I worship Your holy name. Oh, come behold the works of God, the nations at His feet. He breaks the bones of bone, bends the spirit, tells the voice to cease. Almighty One of Israel, You are on our side. We walk by faith in God who burns the chariots with fire. Lord of hosts, You're with us in the fire, with us as a shelter, with us in the storm. And You will lead us through the fiercest battles. Oh, we'll rest when we go with the Lord of hosts. Oh God, You take your fierce and great, You lift Your voice to speak. The earth that bows and all the mountains move into the sea. Oh Lord, You know the hearts of men, and still You let them live. The God who makes the mountains melt, can rest in this temple. Oh God, who makes the mountains melt, can rest in this temple. Lord of hosts, You're with us in the fire, with us as a shelter, with us in the storm. And You will
Oh, we're on there now. Yep. Zone and Ben's control. Is Ella on their team? I think she's from Sweden. Yeah, she's from Sweden. She's a good player too. I think I played against her. She's a really good player. Two on A, two on B. My headset working now. Let's see if my headset's working. Oh. Let's see. Nope. No, it's charging. That's okay. I will charge it. Still needs charging, so I gotta charge it. I would turn on some. Where's Monica? I need to turn on Prince.
Ross can scare you?
Scare me out of everyone included in.
No, we got me.
Oh my god, someone's killed Squareman.
This is where I thought the parking ranger could go. You see, you can see the TV, and still it's walking distance to the kitchen.
Oh, that's so sweet. Now I want to show you something too.
Okay.
You know those big road signs that say merge? You know? So I was thinking that we could get one of those signs and hang it over our bed. Because that's you and I together. Merge.
Oh my god, I love that.
Really? No.
I found you in my bed.
Phoebe.
How'd you wind up there? You are a mystery. Little black curly hair.
Hey, Phoebe. Good job, Phoebe.
If you want to receive emails about my upcoming shows, then please give me money so I can buy a computer.
So, where are the other guys?
Well, let's see. Monica and Chandler are occupied.
Fighting?
No, the other thing. I don't think it's great they work things out.
Yeah, there's no breaking them up, is there?
Hey, can I borrow the key to your house so I can run across the street and make a copy?
Sure. Here.
Thank you. Now, are you sure? Because once I make a copy, there's no turning back.
Yeah, I'm sure. Get out of here before I change my mind. Listen,
You
arguing
get two?
back and forth.
Oh, this day,
Yeah, well, maybe you should go back. Rachel moves in, and before you know it, you're right where you don't want to
Alright,
be.
capture
Back
scene.
together.
We gotta capture scene.
I don't think so. She's really talking about, dating other guys.
I think the Warriors are playing on 5 today. They're playing Montreal. I'm gonna watch Days of Our Lives though after.
You'll find someone, and then bam.
This guy's gonna be a good one.
Oh, well, maybe you're right. I am telling you, she is definitely gonna fall in
What
love
the
with you again.
There you go.
Nothing. Is that what you want? Is that what I want?
I don't know why somebody needs to be in at the same time.
Hold on, I'm gonna make your life much easier.
Alright, well, the place was closed, so this is copy it later.
Fucking be at the same time, same woman.
Why don't you just move in with
I'll
me?
be like, well, man.
Whoa, Joey. No.
Date somebody that you like. If you like somebody, date them. Don't date them.
We don't have to do that.
Well, it would be easier to move just right across the hall.
Like Phoebe.
Wait a minute, unless you're thinking about making
Kinda like
Wednesdays.
Thursday's clearly not good for you. Pick a day.
Chandler Phoebe Monica.
Today is why we wear the uniform. This is a global operation. LAPD has agreed to help the FBI track down terrorist targets. I'll do my best. Don't do your best, do my best. New season starts Tuesday, January 6th on season. Stream next day on Crave.
Oh, it starts Tuesday? I'm gonna watch that.
The Grinch is back at
I'm gonna watch that. I like the Phoebe.
He's tired of the holidays this time.
Fuck, shit, man.
So he'll make sure no fun is had this year. He's built to wear smocks and even more hot socks. Replaced all the fries with a Who Hash surprise. So if you want to see the Grinch's big reveal, you can head to McDonald's for the
Does this
Grinch's
guy... Oh no, he doesn't have the other superpowers. Vacation. You should vacation. You should vacation.
Link your accounts to earn and redeem my Jeff points.
Vacation.
Febreze, would you host? Your bathroom can feel like a revolving door.
You should
Keep things fresh
vacation.
with Febreze bathroom. No batteries,
Fuck
no
this
outlets
guy.
needed. This air freshener fights
I
odors
should
for
change my
45
fucking
days.
socket
So
in my
even
freaking
after a
washroom.
flush, you know your bathroom smells amazing. Paired with Charlotte toilet paper.
I used to struggle with dandruff, but now I use Head and Shoulders every wash.
I don't even have that anymore.
Head and
Fucking.
Shoulders helps control dandruff.
Oh, God.
See? Those links down here make every wash count.
Okay, so both of these have the same great health benefits. This one tastes sour, this one tastes yum. A vegan gummy, premium ingredients, and no sour taste.
I think fucking Luke was one fucking vegan. Or not vegan, he was going, oh, I'm gonna fucking fast and fast and fast. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, man. You should, man. Why not? You should fast, man. Luca Robinson should fast, fucking, man. Be good for you if you fasted, man. I would fast too. Why not, man?
Hi. Thanks for coming back. Okay, there've been a lot of people interested in
I'd fast too.
but I have narrowed it down, and you are one of the finalists.
Great.
Okay, now, before I make my decision, I
Hey,
just want to make sure
dude.
that our personalities match. Okay, so I made up a little test. Now, I'm going to say a word, and then you say the first thing that comes to mind.
Do that.
Okay, here we go. Pillow.
Fight.
Very good. Okay. G.
String.
Excellent. Okay. Doggy.
Nah, I gotta relax.
Oh, sorry. So close, though, but okay, bye-bye.
Lose on that. What show is next, friends?
Program is presented with Describe Video.
Wednesdays of Our Lives on 4 o'clock.
Monica, which of all
Monica.
this kitchen stuff is mine? This
Monica.
bottle opener. And it's a magnet.
Where's These are our lives. I want to live here.
How weird is that? You know, you're moving in with me and you have the one thing I don't have. It's like, in a way, you complete me. Kitchen.
Days of our
What?
lives.
You complete me, kitchen, matey.
Ross, I know what you're thinking.
What?
That she's gonna move in with you, and then maybe she'll fall in love with you, and then when she finds out you're already married, oh, she'll just be happy.
No.
You know?
Oh, it's on Monday. I think
Very
it's on
sad.
Monday. Yeah. These are our lives is on Monday.
My God. I see.
These
what
are our
this
lives
is.
is on a Monday. I don't want you.
Are in one off with Rachel.
Yeah.
Of course, it all adds
Hello,
up.
Rachel.
You're obsessed
It's
with
Monica.
her. It's always Ross. What are you gonna do about Rachel?
Monica.
Ross, why are you moving in with Rachel? When are you gonna confess your secret marriage to Rachel? You want her. Uh-oh, saved by the bell. Hello?
Aren't these candlesticks mine? No, I bought those. Oh, right, I forgot. That you're a liar.
No, that's great. I'll be there
Rachel's a
Monday.
liar.
And thank you again. Okay.
Okay, come on, focus on boys.
That
Where
was
am I
the
with?
head of the paleontology
Ozoroy?
department
Okay.
at N.
Willie,
Why?
Lucker, Roy,
And you.
and Ozzy.
Wow. What did he
Who's on my team? Blue Black?
Remember
No.
that paper I had published last year
Oh,
on
Willie on
sediment
my
flow
team.
rate?
Okay.
Huh? They loved it.
Well, who wouldn't?
I know.
Oh, this guy's on my
Anyway,
team.
they asked me to be a guest lecturer. I mean, it's temporary, but
Schultz? What's his name?
Full-time job.
Schultz?
How
Something?
great would that look on the mailbox, huh?
Schultz,
Professor Geller.
Yeah, Professor and Mrs.
That's right. Outside?
And
I'm
Mrs.
checking my headset so I just screwed
Oh,
up.
yeah, you know, you and Ross are still married.
I said also where I'm going.
Just kidding.
Tu capaci.
Saved your ass.
Too tight, 2, 3 tight. Oh, no. Lucky Eagle. No, better luck fourth year than second. Better luck fourth year than second. They should be dropping resumes off left and right fucking left and right. I should be popping off resumes fucking next week.
Nice. This stuff
Should be going Londonderry to Foot Locker to all these places, dropping resumes off, fucking see if they can hire them.
Whoa.
Sure, I don't wanna work, I just wanna work. I just wanna work, I don't care where it is. Like a data entry, wherever the fuck it doesn't matter where. Somewhere.
Whoa.
King's Hawaii. Soft, fluffy,
Oh,
irresistible. On a roll. Not today, chest congestion.
I wish I could work. I wanna work. I wanna fucking work, man. Make $18 an hour. Minimum wage is like $17 an hour.
This holiday, our matron chocolatiers have
$17
used
an
our
hour.
finest lit chocolate to create Teddy. With his
It'd be
unique
perfect to
charm,
fucking
this
make
festive figure
$17
is
an hour.
perfect for showing you care. Make your holidays
We
magical
just
with Teddy.
fire the resumes off next week and go
When we're
and
rested,
that's it.
we're present. And
Go
being
tomorrow
present
and
is the
drop
greatest
lots of
gift we can
resumes
give.
and done.
That's sleep well spent.
Get every single resume dropped off and that's it.
Shop Boxing Day at ND.com. Your hair frizzes not because it's curly, but because it lacks hydration. Herbal Essences is bursting with pure aloe vera and luxurious camellia to deeply hydrate hair. For bouncy, hydrated curls you can't help but touch. And none of the bad stuff, Herbal Essences.
Navy presents Holiday Death. Dancing and dazzling. with sweaters so merry and bright. Join the party.
Olay Super
Fuck,
Serum
man,
Body Wash is
oh,
popular
that was a good one.
with 5 supercharged ingredients for a hydrated, luminous glow. It's not magic.
Do you remember this?
Olay Super Serum Body
Or
Wash
Joel?
plus our 2 limited edition sets.
Can't see your name.
For some,
I don't
less
see it,
is
it's
more.
like visible.
But the right details make it everything. Shop on Poshmark this holiday season.
Yeah, that's a good app.
Easy
I don't use that
does it.
a lot. I use
Big last minute rollback haul. One
Do you remember this, Joe? Yeah.
Zero Planet. Nail it every year.
Should we be
So-
spotting again?
That's not open.
I love December rollbacks. The new BK melts are here, now stacked with 2 flame-grilled Whopper Junior patties.
Yeah.
Choose from bacon, our signature angry, or Kiva Classic. 3 ways to melt, starting at $5.99.
Oh, there you go. Yes! Oh! I know, can you go? Monica!
What's the matter? Well, the red psychic I see?
Yeah.
Well, she told me that I'm going to die this week, so I'm kind of bummed about that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and I know you guys don't know a lot about psychic readings, but that one is pretty much the worst one you can get.
I like those, yeah. Those are good.
Maybe that's crazy.
I can't believe she would say that to you.
Yeah, you don't believe her, do you? I don't. She, said that I'd have triplets, but she also said one of them would be black.
Just out of curiosity, did she tell you how you're gonna go?
No, because she didn't tell me I was going to die till the very end of the session, and I was not going to waste a whole other hour there. I mean, I've only got a week left, I've really got to start living now.
Hey everyone. Oh hi. Hey, well, today's my first lecture, and I kind of wanted to try it out on you guys. Do you mind?
I want a job. That's what I want. I just want a job. I want a job. Give me a job. I'm fucking working retail again, food, or not food retail, clothes retail, I don't care. I'll work at fucking Foot Locker at fucking, doesn't matter. Fucking any shoe company, I don't care. I'll even work at fucking Lids, man. Lids at Londonderry, fuck, who cares, man? Give me a job. Okay, man.
The first of these subcategories is Ross. Are there other naked chicks on that piece of paper? No, why? Well, I've just never seen a guy stare so hard at a piece of paper that didn't have naked chicks on it. Okay.
I need the money. I need the money.
There are 3 primary theories
You right? No.
concerning sediment flow rate.
Oh.
Each of these theories can be further subcategorized
Into monkey see monkey do. Monkey see monkey do.
Open with a joke. It's a
You monkey see monkey do.
not a comedy club. Where to pull the fuck?
Oh fuck. That's
You're not talking about Chuckles University?
Ross, hey, you know what might make it less boring?
Thank you.
Some visual
Oh,
aids.
I know, I lost the minus
You know
96.
what's good visually? Please don't say naked chicks.
Oh, where's the
I
shovel?
wanted to even talk to you guys about it. I'm just gonna do it on my own with no naked chicks.
Where's Shelby?
That's why I did it till I was 19.
Remember Joey's big break, lead role in his movie? Oh yeah.
Alright, here we go. Now I want you to relax, take a deep breath, clear your mind. Which do you like better, peanut butter or egg whites?
Peanut butter.
Which would you rather be, a fireman or a swimmer?
A swimmer.
Who would you rather sleep with, Monica or Rachel?
Monica.
I always thought it'd be Rachel.
Monica.
No thinking. Ty or Ascot?
Ascot.
North Road or
Monica.
South Road?
Northrop.
Bam,
No.
there you go. Huh?
That was incredible. Beer to bees, here I come.
Yeah.
Hey.
This guy again.
Man.
Mark Anthony. Celia Cruz. There were the moments where you realized what you were able to do together. Whatever you do to it as a team. That family feeling went in every direction. Carne asada's back in Chipotle.
It's our best steak ever.
Fresh, no bad stuff.
With garlic,
Cumin, coriander, it's super tender.
juicy. People love it. And it's so good with our new ranch feature. You're gonna want to put it on everything. 10 out of 10 flavor.
Flu keeping you
I
on?
got this. I don't got this.
They need NyQuil Intense Flu. Knock out your flu symptoms with NyQuil Intense Flu. You two got this. NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with flu medicine.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
Embrace the magic of Oz.
J-Star. Stevie's Branch. It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
This is one.
Where did you travel to, fucking? Oh, you actually went to travel somewhere. Oh, fucking, you're a lucky motherfucker, man. I can't travel anywhere, not alone.
Conceived by German architect Jürgen Meyer H. in 2004, the Parasol won a competition for ideas to redevelop the square it sits in. The bold design is meant to create shade, like a less good version of a tree. This does seem like a very pleasing thought. Yeah. Now that we've traversed a giant arc, choose fake friends, deepfakes, bots, and comment wars that never end. Choose truth.
That's a marketplace, travel, man, yeah, just gotta go wherever you want.
When music's playing, but I wouldn't call it I did dance. Coming out. Andalusia is the birthplace of flamenco, and lessons are readily available for beginners, as well as the experts who will shortly become. Hi. Overwhelmed by my powerful masculinity, Manuela attempts to teach us the fundamentals of flamenco.
Well, no,
Sorry, I drifted off.
from the beginning.
Okay, gosh, this is hard. It's like Black Swan. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Now it's getting interesting, right?
Hey. Right?
Hmm.
Okay.
James Hamilton, entirely convinced. The dance moves are effortlessly expressing a known as violence.
Stop.
And the mix with palmas, flamenco's distinctive hand classes.
I love you.
Yeah, Chandler.
I wish Ross was about this,
Yeah, Chandler, Ross, Monica. Yeah.
Jerk out of my mind.
Yeah.
Hey, so where we staying? Is the movie putting us up in a big hotel suite? No, not really. It's an independent film, so we don't have a real big budget. I figured I'd just stay in your room. I said, well, once you get your first paycheck, you'll be springing for a big hotel suite, right? I mean, leaving the movie, they must be paying you a lot. Oh, yeah, check this out. For every $1 Shutter Speed makes, 1 penny of it goes right in Joey's pocket. So you don't get paid. And
Everything go in Joey's pocket, deal.
Did you not hear the plot of the movie? Dead for 10 years.
Joey's done a good job, he's an actor. Oh.
Hey, just want to say goodbye to you guys. And
Yeah.
see if maybe you guys will place a little bet for me, huh? $20 on Black 15. You got it. All right.
Good guy.
Anybody want to say goodbye to me at the car?
Oh, honey, I'll say goodbye to you at the car if you don't mind the bus.
See ya.
This is good. It means it's healing.
Hey, Phoebes, what you reading? Phoebes? Hello?
Never mind, I say I'm sorry, my boy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there.
Are you mad or something? Because if you are, please tell me what it is I did.
Well, if you don't know, I can't help you.
Well, I don't know.
Well, I can't help you.
Okay, well, whatever it is, I'm very, very sorry, okay?
Apology accepted.
Okay.
Phoebe.
So we're good?
Phoebe. Is Susan on? Susan on?
I'll see you later, okay?
Saxophone.
All right.
chocolate man.
Come on, would you please tell me what it is that made you so mad at me?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Can't remember. Can't we just forget about this?
Oh no, I am mad at you. I know that much.
Very good as
But I am sorry about the fat ass thing. Because you actually have a very
That's a
sweet little life.
that's a deep one.
I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna have to take over soon. We've been driving for a half hour. You haven't looked at the road once. Don't worry, it's out there. I just need lunch, man. You wanna eat?
Dry.
Isn't that Ross's money? Yeah. Okay. Ross's treat. Oh, hey, I know how we can decide. Alright, I'm gonna ask you a bunch of questions, and then you have to answer real fast, okay? So, clear your mind. Clear it right out. Clear it out. Clear, okay? Okay. Would you rather be too wet or too dry? Too dry. Do you believe in ghosts? Yes or no? No. Is this movie gonna be my big break? No. What? Yes. You said no. I also said yes. You don't think there's gonna be a big break?
There's a freezing rain right now. Fuck. Oh, no.
Joe, I just don't want you to get your hopes up too high, you know? What are you talking about? I'm the lead in the movie. They're not even paying you. So you sound like a real movie. You know what? I don't need this, okay? I don't know why you're dumping all over my big break.
Yeah, Joey should be on me.
Your big break. Is that why you're on this trip? Huh?
My gift sub to Zachary expired. Anthony Nosel and JP.
You're gonna be like this? I'll tell you what, the next time you ask me a question like that, I'll lie. Yeah, I don't want you on the trip. Alright, fine. Why don't you pull over? I'll get out right now. Fine. Get out? You're not actually supposed to stop.
Chandler drives like fucking crazy.
Wait, there's no sidewalk. Yeah, I'm gonna die here.
Chandler driving 80 in a fucking 60 zone.
That's the sound of happy and DQ. Enjoy 4
Chandler's driving 80 in the 60
and
zone.
our
Fucking
DQ
guy.
signature gravy. And for a limited time, upgrade to a 6-piece chicken strip basket.
Fuck, man, you got me.
$2 more. At Wayfair, we bring style to every get-together. We brought wings.
You need these wingback chairs? Dive in, everyone. We brought plenty.
We brought the ranch. Woo!
Wings and ranch? Now it's a party.
Wayfair, every style,
Party
every
if you
home.
have friends.
Allow
Yeah,
yourself
I guess.
to give in to a rich indulgence.
Whatever.
Fleeting, yeah. Busted. Treating yourself doesn't have to be fancy.
Get this fucking guy. What the fuck you doing, man?
Gaily
Fuck
chocolate
off,
whipped
man.
cream.
I used to struggle with dandruff, but now I use Head and Shoulders every wash.
You fucking got one shot, man.
Head and
Oh,
Shoulders
damn, man.
helps control dandruff.
You guys one shot, man.
No flags down here. Make every wash count.
Every day, you make a lot of decisions. But when it comes to laundry, the choice is easy. With its 4-in-1 clean and
I don't
affordable
shower
price,
4 times
Purex
a day.
detergent makes life easier. Purex, your choice for a powerful clean at an affordable price.
This holiday, our matron chocolatiers have used our finest Lindt chocolate to create Teddy with his unique heart charm. This festive figure is perfect for showing you care. Make your holidays magical with Teddy from Lindt.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. I'm craving the ceramides and CeraVe. CeraVe with 3 essential ceramides helps restore my skin barrier, and I can lock in moisture for up to 48 hours. CeraVe moisturizers.
And now introducing new CeraVe Anti-Dandruff Hair Care.
I don't even
The
have
new
that.
BK melts are here.
I don't
Now
even have
stacked
that. I
with
got
2
no
flame
more.
grilled Whopper Junior patties. Choose from bacon, our signature angry,
My whole
or
life
keep it
fucking
classic.
doesn't
3 ways to melt, starting at $5.99.
Here's an iOS update on
Okay, are you mad at me because my hair gel smells?
Fucking, they asked me to recycle my iPhone on Facebook Messenger. Fuck,
No, that made me feel precious.
because my phone equal
Is it because he's always correcting people's grammar? Whom? Sometimes it's who.
Sometimes it's
7 minutes for breaking.
Oh, did you beat him at a board game? He turns into such a baby when he starts to
There's
lose.
a board game that you guys have friends. You guys like friends when they come over and play nice cool games, card games.
Joey kicked me out of the car on the George Washington Bridge. I really went crazy. You know, we were playing that game where you ask a question and you have to answer it really fast.
Oh, that game should not be played without my supervision.
Well, I don't know what made him so mad. You know, all I said was that I didn't think this was going to be his big break, that this movie wasn't going to do anything for him, and that, you know, it didn't
I
sound
don't
like
have
a real
any
movie.
friends.
Okay, you should have pushed me off the bridge.
Have you real life friends?
So, I figured you guys would all be mad at me, so I got you some gifts that I found on the side of the road. Who wants the teddy bear with one leg?
I do. Okay. Not even close. Okay, well then you know what? Help me, I need help. I'm gonna do this. All right, come on, let's do it. Come on. All right. Sit down. All right. All right. Put your head back. Yes. All right. Okay. Now open your eyes. Okay, they are. How many fingers am I holding up? 4. Oh my God, I was thinking
12.
4. Yes. All right. You know what? Why don't we start with a practice one? Okay. Okay. No drums. Great. Okay. Okay. On 3. 1, 2, 3. My pillows all wet. Well, you said it was practice. Then why did you move? Because I knew you were lying. Come here. Where are you going? Okay, where are you going? I'm going. Turn it over. It needs us in your eyes. Oh my God, you really are freakishly strong. Damn it, Cindy! You know, if Joey and Chandler walked in right now, we could make a fortune.
Oh fuck. No, no, this one shit.
That's definitely Chandler, Joey, or Ross. Or Rachel. Hello? It's Joey. I'm so glad you called. Chandler told me what happened. You know, he's really upset about it.
Not as upset as he's gonna be when he finds out what I did with his sweater vests.
Wait, what is
What did you do to his sweater vest?
Let's just say there's a well-dressed pack of dogs in Ohio. Hey, Monica, listen, is Phoebe there? I gotta ask you something about the car.
Yeah, she's here. Hold on one second. Hey, dude.
Hey, Phoebes. Listen, this wooden box keeps sliding out from under the seat. What is it?
Oh, that's my grandma. And thanks, Joey. She's having a really great time.
Is that Joey? Is that Joey we talked about?
Okay, Joey, Chandler's here. He was wondering if you... Okay, I guess he ran out of change.
You wanting to talk to me? How am I going to apologize to him if you want to talk to me?
No, maybe you should send him something. So when he gets to Las Vegas, he'll know that you're sorry.
That's a good idea. I wonder where I could get a basket of porn.
Don't say I'm sorry with porn. No, you should send him a carton of cigarettes. Because that way he can trade it for protection. No, that's prison.
Okay, Phoebes. I know how we're going to figure this out. Okay, clear your mind and answer the first thing that comes into your head. Okay? What do you like better, flora or fauna?
Fauna.
Who would you rather be, Simon or Garfunkel?
Garfunkel.
Why are you mad at me?
You said I was boring. Oh.
When did I say you were boring?
Oh my God, I remember now. We were playing chess.
Phoebe, you and I have never played chess.
Oh, come on. Yes, remember that time on the frozen lake we were playing chess, you said I was boring. And then you took off your energy mask and you were Cameron Diaz. Okay, there's a chance this may have been a dream.
Hey! Your lead man is here. Let's get to work. Slight change of plans. We've shut down.
like me. Just like me. I got kicked out.
Just temporary, yeah. We're hoping to get some more money soon, so if we could just hang out. I don't know, a week, maybe two. The money will turn up. People always want to invest in
I'll go
things.
for a smoke.
You're not rich, are you? No. We're the chef. Look, Joey, I'm gonna know where you stay, okay? Hey, pal. Are you Joey Tribbiani? Yeah. He's got one for you. Thanks. Congratulations on your big break.
That's my big break.
Hey, Monica, it's Joey.
Hey, Joey. Oh, you remember me even though you're a big star.
Oh, come on. It'll be years before I forget you.
Joey, what's up like on a movie set, huh? Do you have a dressing room? Do you have a chair with your name on it?
Well, yeah, I got all that going on. Yeah, listen, I want you to make sure you tell Chandler that he couldn't have been more wrong. I gotta go, Monica. My sushi's here. Sorry about that. Thanks for waiting. Okay. Everybody smile. Okay. Thanks a lot. Enjoy your stay at Caesars. We hope it's terrific.
Yeah.
Kill me now. I just wanted to come by and share something with you. You've always stood up for me, always sacrificed for me, always played the role of not only my mother, but also my father. Your strength has made me a better father. Please consider getting vaccinated with Arexvy to help protect yourself from RSV.
Oh, fuck off. You know what? Nah, you're going off. Fuck off. Wow, you fucking vaccine now. I don't want to hear nothing about a vaccine. I'm sick and tired of this. Fuck off. Hey? I don't hear nothing about a fucking vaccine. Enough is enough of this fucking vaccine.
Turns out that nothing ages as well as anymore. That space sends you back to lab.
Vaccine is fucking, that's all I gotta hear is vaccine, vaccine.
My win.
Look there of you, Mark. You're a joke. Detective nice. Good job I did that on 9 to 5, of course. There should be one less for Turkey next year.
Christmas has gone right down the Rodney hole. You're a postman with a spaceship. IS-1. That survives the world at 1,860 times the speed of sound. Christmas 1941, World War II. I did the whole thing with 6 reindeer and a drunken elf. I was shot at Arthur. Took 12 direct hits. Lost 3 reindeer. What happened to the elf? Fell out of the sleigh over Lake Geneva. Never saw him again.
Goodness. Ah, Christmas crackers. Sing Silent Night backwards.
We'll know that. As the game, Lord begin. Lassie black, Lassie the girl. I went on alone. I can still do it now, Arthur. Just give me a go. In a heap of sticks. He goes for it. Let me up right at him. I'll show you, Robbie the Road. I would have won anyway. Oh, yeah. Run away now, you're losing. Steve, don't be upset. Look, you keep this. Then you can be Santa next time. That'll be you there, Steve. Next year, I bet. You'll be great. How many times, Arthur? It's the North Pole. Shut the doors.
I secured the gate, sir. It's secured.
Just can't be. The system is foolproof. There has to be an error, sir.
I spotted the ribbon glinting in the shadows, sir. I am actually trained in wrapping, and I said to myself, Bridie, the wrapping looks okay. Thank goodness. But that present should not be lying in the...
Thank you, Sylvia. Someone got the wrong present. That's awful.
Who doesn't know what gets the wrong present?
For mission was a success. But we can't leave a child after Christmas. Sunrise at destination is 7:39 a.m. There's no way to get there in time.
No way.
PS1.
PS1. Righto.
No! PS1 has just traveled 7 million miles. We could damage it.
Oh, yeah.
And risk the lives of the elves.
Hello, sir. My name is Shelflake, Racking Division. Great police, sir.
Who asked you?
I wasn't called up for field duty this year. I served out my mission in gift wrap support. I wrapped 264,000 presents in 3 days, sir. If you want that bike delivered in a perfect state of enwrappment, then I'm your help.
No one is going. It's impossible.
This child.
Is the margin of error of 0.0000001514834%, sir?
Wow. I mean, hello? Where's the champagne? My department has delivered the most outstanding Christmas ever.
Well done, up.
But there's a child without a present. Arthur, Christmas is not a time for emotion. We will get 47785BXK a present within the window of Christmas. Let's clear the item. It will be there in 5 days. But that'll ruin the magic. If there was any way at all to make the drop tonight, but it can't be done.
Your brother knows about these things. I won't sleep easy after this, Arthur. There it is. Can't be done.
Merry Christmas.
You're compromising the wrapping. That is not a toy. Well, it is, but that's not the standard.
Come on. 47785BXK. Where are you? Dear Santa, my friend doesn't believe in you. For Christmas, I'd like a pink twinkle bike. Wen Holland, 23 Mimosa Avenue, Toulouse, Cornwall, England.
It smells so good in here right now. My mouth is watering. This is happiness.
That looks incredible. Lip smacking, finger licking, my belly. Everything has to come together in a very dreamy and tasty way.
I didn't want to be one of those women who just skates through menopause with no symptoms.
You can see you haven't been yourself. So if you want to talk about it, this isn't the place.
Here we go.
Did you ruin the project? No, I'm not into that.
Ah, that's nothing. We have Bounty. Bounty is 50% more absorbent, so you can use less, and it holds up better even when wet. So one sheet keeps working while ordinary brands fall apart.
Yes, it's good.
Great. Now where's that clear button?
Isn't that cute?
Get more done with one. Bounce. It's a quicker picker upper. It's time to unwrap the Tim's holiday meal. Once a wish, now deliciously real. Flatbread pizza and donuts for you and me. Holiday drinks and socks, collect all three. So if you too want that festive feel, order the new Tim's holiday meal.
Nasal congestion is tough. Try Hydrosense for fast-acting relief at the site of nasal congestion with 100% naturally sourced seawater. Hydrosense, breathe better with our science at the sea.
Old El Paso, when there ain't nothing weak about weeknights. Go on, get yourself some Old El Paso.
At Wayfair, the holidays are here and
I'm not ready.
I know. Let's get you wrapped with Wayfair. Push it. Run it again.
And on Monday, I'm going to Sport Check London. There, I'm gonna apply for the job. Monday, I'm gonna go apply for the job in London. I'm gonna go apply. I'm gonna go apply for the job. popular joke. One day I'm gonna do popular joke. One day I'm gonna go apply for that joke. I gotta work. I need to work.
Let's see how Secret stands up to the heat.
That's it. Take it up a notch.
Looks like Secret provides 3 times sweat protection. Fight sweat better with
I
Secret.
need to fucking work, man. I gotta work. I gotta make some
A
money.
quick Sephora stop for a little treat.
I gotta make some fucking
Then
money.
lunch with your mother-in-law. Who brought that treat
I need to
besides?
make some kind of money. Money.
Those stripes just made you a
What
return
kind of money I can make? I don't know. Okay,
Where everybody works together to take energy.
no, I
money,
don't wanna watch you.
People can save energy in their homes. Like my friend Angelo. Or like my girl Brenda, who made upgrades to her business and saves money on her energy bill.
Because you have a business. Okay, Chris Barber, Tamara Lich, Morazzo. Go.
Because the government is a litigant in court, so
Go.
a good judge would never say, well, you know, the plaintiff said it, it must be true, or the defendant said it, it must be true. And here he's got, well, you know, Health Canada and Saskatchewan Health Authority have both said that the vaccine is safe and effective, so I take judicial notice it is safe and effective for adults and children. And he ordered the girl to get injected. I don't know if that's me or somebody else. He ordered the girl to get injected. Fortunately, it was overturned on appeal.
Tuesday, you guys playing this one?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's an important thing to kind of pick apart because we had seen that many times, and in my view, I think the judiciary or any judge who failed to actually even have the wherewithal or the courage to look at the evidence, failed to be
Yeah, I'm gonna go to London there. I think tomorrow I'm gonna drop off some
I
applications.
saw it as a major
I'm gonna start
failing
dropping off some
of the
applications.
judiciary to be an independent arm of the government.
I'm sick of
It
doing
just
this.
got in lockstep with the government and said, yeah, sure, whatever you said. So I think that's something that people hopefully in the future are going to study as law students or what have you. But I just, this is something that's always kind of bothered me about the judges. You know, they bring themselves into constant disrepute by not protecting
Tomorrow I'm
the
gonna
public,
go drop off
protecting
some
the
applications.
people in
I
their
gotta
chairs
fucking
a
work.
little
I
too
need to
often
work.
for my liking anyway.
I need to work.
Yeah, I can't comment on any one particular case, and I don't know.
I got my resume here. I gotta work. I gotta have a job.
Notice, but I would have liked to have seen a lot less deference to authority.
I need a job. I need
by
to
the
work. I
courts,
need to make
in
money.
particular respect to the COVID
I need to make
cases.
some money.
I mean, in some cases, the court didn't accept expert evidence from the other side.
I
They
need to
did
make some
accept
kind
it
of
from the
fucking money.
government side. And okay, that's fine. The government has a position to have an expert on the stand, but that every piece of evidence needs to be tested through cross-examination. I mean, we're defense counsel, we have a bias, but
I gotta make some kind of money. Something. Any kind of money.
we don't take the other side's word.
Any money is better money than no
I don't care what
money.
it is. I mean, it could be the most basic fact. You just don't accept
Mr.
it.
Tamara Lich,
Say,
Chris Barber,
you're gonna have to prove it
and
in court.
Morazzo,
It's
and
me now.
okay,
And
darling.
often they can, right? What you thought was indisputable turns out to be disputable. And
Well, this is the.
Go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just gonna say that's the issue right there because it's, you know, it requires, you know, if you're accepting a fact as true without any evidence, as it is a judicial notice, it's not subject to reasonable dispute. So, and this is the issue. This is how it can be abused because it's solely within the judge's discretion. What is within reasonable dispute, right? And they're going to lean on, you know, whether it's capable of immediate or accurate demonstration. And
Is Mikey on today or Phil or
as
what's the
John
other
pointed
guy's
out,
name?
there's
This is
instances
another good
where
streamer.
what is reasonably disputable is
I can't remember his name.
I mean, this is a test that is subjective. So, you know, if you got an individual, if you got an expert, and I mean, and we saw this during COVID, rampant throughout COVID. You got individuals, doctors, who are disputing the evidence that is accepted as truth by the public, by the judiciary, and if there is judicial notice taken in these contexts, I mean, that's obviously a problem. I mean, there is a reasonable dispute. You've got an expert, you've got an individual who spent his life, you know, educating himself and learning about a specific subject. He's an expert who can reasonably dispute it, and so that is not what should be captured by judicial notice. And I think that's the point that John made clearly and more fleshed out.
Thanks for answering that, because I just I've got some conflicting feedback from lawyers before, but that's good. And I think that the public should actually know more about this. But yeah, thanks for answering the question.
I've got one here from Lori Mackenzie Carmichael, who asks, do judges earn their title, or are they voted in at some level? Judges in Canada are appointed, as far as I am aware. Voted, I think they're voted in some states in the United States, maybe all of them. I don't follow that closely.
No, that's it exactly. And people often say, you know, we should elect our judges. I'm not convinced that would improve the situation, because if you have a rotten culture where fundamentally the problem is, I hate to say it, but it's Canadians. It's we ourselves, right? There are a lot of Canadians don't care about freedom. They don't care about governments respecting human rights. They don't care if the government takes away their freedom of speech.
They want to kill us. They want to kill us like they killed this guy now, 41-year-old going for me.
So there's a lot of people that don't care.
I can hardly move.
So that's a rotten culture. What we have to fix is get it to a point where we've got,
shopping,
you know, 60, 70, 80, 90% of Canadians that really cherish and appreciate the free society and want government as a servant, not as their master. But because we've got a rotten culture, if we did elect judges, I don't think it would necessarily be an improvement. It might be a little better, it might be a little worse, but no. But they're appointed, and you know, they're appointed by our elected representatives. If you don't have enough elected representatives that truly appreciate freedom and placing limits on governments.
I would love that one day. I would love that this is going to happen in 2030, but it's not going to happen. It's fucking crazy.
Basically. And so, if you want better judges, we got to change the culture.
Yeah, I agree. It goes right back to that culture again.
It goes back to their pockets.
Yeah, I should know more. That's a good question. I should know more about the appointment process than I do. But as far as I'm aware, is a judicial selection committee.
My boy,
that is formed by the government in power. But one complaint I have heard, and this is from a judge who retired, was that isn't usually nonpartisan. So the government has there's no pressure on the government today to form a nonpartisan selection committee. They can pick whoever they like without any pushback.
Why? Oh, fucking Rick just. Roger, we're just quad. He quadded them with those fucking snipes, man.
Produce some balance in the selections, so you don't get lopsided judges that are all of one mindset, one mix. And we have great judges now, obviously. But over time, if that's the selection process, you might get a buildup of people who all think one way, and that's a problem.
I was excited when we got Mosley.
Mosley's an idiot.
He retired. We finally got one that really
Mosley's fucking idiot.
Said, I'm out of here.
I think he was actually retired when he made the decision. They brought it up.
Okay. Well, that's even better.
Mosley's a fucking retard.
We'll take it. Finally.
Yeah, when do you guys suppose we're going to expect an answer on that? I know they had the hearing, I think, back in February for the appeal on Mosley's decision, but I find it odd that we're now, coming into mid-November and we still haven't heard anything as a result.
It's not uncommon for them to take a year and a few months. It's unfortunate. I really think we have too few
That's a hold on, right? I'll watch a new video with you.
Canada because
Yeah, I'm gonna watch a new video.
like,
You guys got a new
in the
video?
United States when they were challenging lock.
Yeah, you gotta know. Politics. I'm gonna put in Canada politics. Let me see Rebel News. He put in something.
The center has to do with Parliament Hill, and that's to the top of your map you see there. You see now as well the red area that's been declared by police as a secure area. That is where they have been essentially limiting the flow of traffic in order to prevent supporters of the protesters and the occupiers from making their way towards Parliament Hill. And as you can see, if you follow the right side of that red border, you can see the Rideau Centre. That is the major mall in downtown Ottawa. And on the street there, as we zoom in one more time, well, that was Wellington Street, and that is where police have been moving protesters further west as they tried to move them down O'Connor Street and have them dispersed and or arrested. Well, with that, to talk about what has been happening on this Saturday, this week, Thibodeau, and of course anchoring the morning portions of News Network today as all of this started to go down more aggressively, I guess is a fair way of saying it, than it was yesterday. Walk us through first and foremost what you have seen here when you compare the police action that we saw unfold yesterday.
It's much quicker than yesterday. Yesterday it was, and we've heard these words repeatedly, slow and methodical. Police were going in, they were going in and arresting some of the protesters. After that, they would go in and clear the vehicles with tow trucks and get them out of sight. They stopped really last night going forward with protesters when they hit the Chateau Laurier, just past the Chateau Laurier and just before the National War Memorial. They kind of held that location throughout the night, and then this morning is when we started to see an increase in police numbers, but not only an increase in police numbers, an increase or a different tactic, and I think you heard that from the two chiefs of police we have standing by to talk with us and brief us on that, just about how they are using things like batons. They are not hitting anybody with those batons, but they are using it to push them forward. Also, you can see that they brought in the mounted unit again. There are more police, I would say, than we saw yesterday. We saw tactical units coming in higher numbers today. They're going in, and they did do this yesterday, but there are more vehicles in front of Wellington Street, breaking the windows, then coming in to secure those vehicles, because they don't know what's in there, and that's something of concern for these police officers. I had a chance to speak with some on the ground yesterday, and these officers have been in many, many different protests. And in those protests, it's usually dealing with people. But in this one, they're dealing with big pieces of machinery, big cars, big vehicles, and they don't know what is inside of those. So they need to, stop and pause and ensure they know that they can move forward safely. That's one of the things. And I just want to bring you a couple of news updates too. I'm following along here.
At Wayfair, the holidays are here and
I'm not ready.
I know.
The center has to do with Parliament Hill, and that's to the top of your map you see there. You see now as well the red area that's been declared by police as a secure area, and that is where they have been essentially limiting the flow of traffic in order to prevent supporters of the protesters and the occupiers from making their way towards Parliament Hill. And as you can see, if you follow the right side of that red border, you can see the Rideau Centre. That is the major mall in downtown Ottawa. And on the street there, as we zoom in one more time, well, that was Wellington Street, and that is where police have been moving protesters further west as they tried to move them down O'Connor Street and have them dispersed and or arrested. Well, with that, to talk about what has been happening on this Saturday, let's bring back to the program Hannah Thibodeau, and of course anchoring the morning portions of News Network today as all of this started to go down more aggressively, I guess is a fair way of saying it, Hannah, than it was yesterday. Walk us through, first and foremost, what you have seen here when you compare it to the police action that we saw unfold yesterday.
It's much quicker than yesterday. Yesterday it was, and we've heard these words repeatedly, slow and methodical. Police were going in, they were going in and arresting some of the protesters. After that, they would go in and clear the vehicles with tow trucks and get them out of sight. They stopped really last night going forward with protesters when they hit the Chateau Laurier, just past the Chateau Laurier, and just before the National War Memorial. They kind of held that location throughout the night, and then this morning is when we started to see an increase in police numbers, but not only an increase in police numbers, an increase, or a different tactic, and I think you heard that from the two chiefs of police we have standing by to talk with us and brief us on that, just about how they are using things like batons. They're not hitting anybody with those batons, but they are using it to push them forward. Also, you can see that they brought in a mounted unit again. There are more police, I would say, than we saw yesterday. We saw tactical units coming in higher numbers today. They're going in, and they did do this yesterday, but there are more vehicles in front of Wellington Street, breaking the windows, then coming in to secure those vehicles, because they don't know what's in there, and that's something of concern for these police officers. I had a chance to speak with some on the ground yesterday, and these officers have been in many, many different protests. And in those protests, it's usually dealing with people, but in this one, they're dealing with big pieces of machinery, big cars, big vehicles, and they don't know what is inside of those. So they need to, stop and pause and ensure they know that they can move forward safely. That's one of the things. And I just want to bring you a couple of news updates too. I'm following along here. We also know that, and if we can see the shot on Wellington Street there, just on one side of it are the Parliament buildings, the West Block. Inside that West Block, currently, MPs are debating the Emergencies Act. And I think you want to keep an eye on that top left corner as well. We see more police going in, so just be aware that police group may move soon into protests as well. But behind them, you can see the Parliament buildings. Inside those Parliament buildings currently are members of Parliament, and they're debating the Emergency Act. Now, what has happened since the morning? They were allowed to go in yesterday. It was canceled, that sitting, because of the police operation today. They did begin at 7 a.m., supposed to continue until midnight tonight. Right now, it's a hold and secure area. What that means is, hold and secure means that the perimeter doors are locked, and if you are in that parliamentary precinct, say an MP or staff, they strongly advise those people not to leave the building at this point. It is not a lockdown. They want to make that clear, but for safety reasons, they are asking people to hold and secure because of the operation that is happening outside. One of the other things, Michael, that we did notice, and Ottawa police have been very, very good at updating regularly. When things are coming out, maybe misinformation is happening, they come out and clarify things extremely quickly. Here's something new that just came out 5 minutes ago. Police arrested protesters wearing body armor. They had smoke grenades on them and miscellaneous fireworks in their bags. Additional smoke grenades and fireworks were located and seized in a vehicle on Wellington Street. We did see authorities going into cars, breaking windows, taking things out of those vehicles. We don't know which one it was, but there you go. That is the latest from Ottawa Police. Also saying if your vehicle was towed, your vehicle will be impounded for 7 days. For instructions what to do, go to Ottawa Police, because those are issues that you'll have to deal with now. You were giving many, many opportunities to move your vehicles out of there. Also, here's something else that's new. There are approximately 100 police checkpoints surrounding the secured area downtown. They will simply ask you your reason for traveling within the area. They do not want to see any more protesters joining in on this crowd downtown. And one other thing.
Let me quickly just jump in here, Anna, because at this point, we need to point out the picture that we're showing people at home right now. You can see there dozens of police officers making their way closer towards the protesters. Again, this is the second day of action as they try to break up the protest and the occupation around Parliament Hill. This occupation lasting more than 3 weeks, and at this point going into the 4th weekend, although this weekend, as Ottawa Police promised, very different than the previous weekends that we have seen. You know, Hannah, you mentioned the Ottawa Police, and I think it's worthwhile reiterating the statement they did make earlier today. This was to protesters where they directly said to them, quote, "We told you to leave. We gave you time to leave. We were slow and methodical, and yet you were assaultive and aggressive with officers and the horses. Based on your behavior, we are responding by including helmets and batons for our safety." So again, that change of tactic that we're seeing on this Saturday. Let me circle back to the debate that's happening right now in the West Block of Parliament Hill, though, and as we talk about the Emergencies Act, because of course there is a debate around it as to whether or not it is actually or was or is needed, given the crackdowns we've seen not only here but the breakup of protests in Windsor, in Coutts, Alberta, Emerson, Manitoba, and in Surrey, British Columbia, whether or not the Emergencies Act is actually needed. First and foremost, let's talk about the nuts and bolts of getting this passed, because this is very different than the War Measures Act. It is not the same. It is far more limited in scope. It requires the approval of Parliament. So walk us through the logistics here. The debate yesterday was cancelled because of the police crackdown. Does that mean then the approval will also be pushed back?
We're not 100% sure at this point. It depends on how long the debate goes. I was trying to talk to the government leader in the House, Mark Holland, a bit earlier. I don't think they really know at this point. They only began debate again this morning. It's expected to continue in tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. till midnight, and again on Monday. The vote was supposed to take place Monday evening at 8 p.m. We are not sure at this point, Michael, but one of the things in this Emergencies Act, and I want to go through some of the things that they're really using on the ground right now. Part of this prohibits bringing children under the age of 18 to participate in the trucker convoy protests. Also, it prohibits traveling to or from a protest site with the intention of taking part. So all these people who are taking part right now are taking part in an illegal protest. And also offering support, like supplying fuel. That's something we saw for quite some time over the past 4 weekends, bringing fuel to the trucks, bringing propane to the trucks. Also, anyone traveling as a foreign national with the intention of taking part in these convoy protests. We heard from the Prime Minister last week that people were stopped at the border because of the intention of coming to take part in these protests and turn around. So these Emergency Act measures, that is some of the, things they used right away, but really what we're seeing in Parliament right now as the discussion was this overreach. The Prime Minister said the situation couldn't be dealt with by any other law in Canada, and he defended the first time using this as time-limited and targeted, as well as reasonable and proportionate, and that was a last resort. So one of the things that, is going to happen after all of this, Michael, is everybody is going to have to review this. So they're going to review these acts, and as we heard from both chiefs of police, this is why we see police out there, they're being very careful in how manage this situation. They have been very, there hasn't been a lot of, tough measures. They are being tough and they're clearing out these protesters. But this is not like what we see in the United States. This is not like what we saw in France. And those rumors of tear gas here in Ottawa, I want to make it clear that that wasn't the police services. And again, this is something that police have been making clear on Twitter. They came out quite fast when this happened, saying police did not use gas on protesters yesterday or today. They say, in fact, a protester launched a gas canister. And so when these things happen, we have to make sure that we are crystal clear, because a lot of the protesters are sharing misinformation with people on the ground and ensuring that this is the actual information. This is something that the Ottawa Police has been doing quite frequently over the weekend, is making sure that if there is some type of misinformation, like a horse trampling somebody, that is not true. And they were quick to get that out there, that is not accurate. And same when it comes to the tear gas.
Hannah, thank you for all of that. We will speak again. The CBC's Hannah Thibodeau continuing her day with us as she did begin covering the second day of breaking up the protest earlier on this Saturday. But as we continue to take a look at the pictures right now in Ottawa, and at this point you are looking down O'Connor Street, and this is where police are trying to corral protesters away from Wellington and move them down. And to talk about the operation and the tactics being employed here, we're now reaching out to Murray Faulkner, who's a former police chief in London, Ontario. Murray, thank you for being with us today.
Michael, good afternoon. Listen, I just want to explain a couple of things that you've been seeing and commenting on. Number one is that, unlike yesterday, there's far more relief of officers on the front line. It's mentally and physically exhausting to stand there and receive the abuse hurled at you. And so yesterday, you saw frontline officers basically there for 12 to 16 hours without any breaks. And when I say any breaks, I'm not referring to just coffee. I'm referring to even a washroom break. But today you see the fluorescent jacket people being replaced by helmet officers. And one of that is to give them a break, a physical and mental break before they go back on the line. So that's why you see a lot more movement of frontline officers.
Let me just jump in very quickly, Murray, and I take your point, but I just want to point out that people are wondering what is happening there. Yes, we are witnessing an arrest. You see there a number of officers. Essentially, in fact, it looks like there's more than one person that they were trying to arrest there. It looks like two people are now apprehended. Murray, I apologize for jumping in, but I want to walk our viewers at home as to what's happening. But to your point, this is not necessarily a reinforcement we're seeing, but what, a changing of the guard when we see more officers making their way to the site?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Hannah made a point that she believes there's a lot more officers. I think that's more of optics, because we're in a smaller confined area, and therefore it looks to be more. I find it kind of ironic that a couple of 100 yards away they're debating the Emergency Act, but yesterday the same group wouldn't meet because of quote, the emergency that was happening on their front steps. So it's a bit ironic. Only in Canada would you see something like this. The protesters standing there. The cellular business must be making a great profit today, because everyone seems to have a phone as well as coffee.
Well, let me pick up on that point, because as you know, there is a debate, you reference it right now, not only in the West Bloc as parliamentarians talk about the Emergencies Act, but there is a debate in this country as to whether or not this Emergencies Act is needed, whether or not this is an overreach by the federal government. What's your take? Is the Emergencies Act needed? Was it needed to bring us to the point that we're now seeing this protest finally breaking up after more than 3 weeks of an occupation?
Well, you've had many commentators that have given their perspective on it, and Chief Bordelot articulated yesterday morning quite eloquently. From my perspective, honestly, the Emergency Act has done nothing to a regular Canadian citizen. It hasn't affected anyone living in my city. It hasn't affected really many of the citizens in Ottawa. It has allowed the police to do a bit more work that they felt they couldn't do before. So this debate about the Emergency Act to me is a bit of a red herring. there was a issue by the provincial government declaring an emergency. The police finally got the resources to move in and move them out, and this protest will be over, I think, before the federal government makes some kind of decision. So to me, it's a bit of a red herring about this emergency act.
Well, let's bring in some of the counter arguments to that, though, because you know, as we're seeing what's happening in Ottawa right now, as I noted earlier, this past week we saw the protests and the blockades end in Surrey, BC, at the crossing near the Pacific Highway. We saw it in Coutts, Alberta. We saw it in Emerson, Manitoba, and particularly with Coutts and Emerson, it's been pointed out that those blockades, those protests, were ended through negotiation, not the kind of police action that we're seeing right now in Ottawa. Is that a fair comparison?
Well, yes, Steve. Well, yes and no. I mean, Coutts, Alberta was just one little road, and same with the Ambassador Bridge. None of them had lasted 22 days with 400 trucks and 2,000 to 3,000 protesters a day. So, I mean, it's not apples to apples here, Michael. You've got two different, like, yes, it's the same protest basically, but geographically and number-wise, it's totally different. So, police have to use the tactics that the geographical area gives them, that the protesters react to, and the law allows it. So, whether it is in BC, Alberta, or Ontario, you know, each situation is slightly different.
I also want to get your thoughts on the strategy being employed right now. As we have been reporting, we have seen this slow on Wellington Street further west, and again, for those just joining in, that is the street that runs along the southern portion of the Parliament Hill complex. They're now trying to steer protesters down O'Connor Street in the hopes of dispersing them. How long of a process are we talking about here? Is this truly an effective way, or is this just essentially opening up a situation where we might be playing a whack-a-mole game here, where the protest pops up in different parts of the city?
Well, that's why I said earlier today that the citizens living in downtown Ottawa would see a higher police presence, whether it's today, tomorrow, or next week, because yes, it could be a bit of a whack-a-mole. I would think that these protesters, as the day progresses, as we saw yesterday, starts to thin out a bit more. They're going to, they've lost a tremendous amount of ground. There are no more big trucks that are occupied. The police have either seized those vehicles, they will be starting to be removed, and now the police will be more of a hold and wait attitude, I think. And so time will tell to see what the commanders want to do, but as you can see, they are well prepared, if they have to deploy other uses of force.
Murray, thank you for that. You and I will speak again if you are patient, please, and stay with us, but we will connect with you again a little later in the program. But for now, our thanks to Murray Faulkner, former London Police Chief. Well, we also want to talk about the arrests that have been made so far, because 3 key protest organizers are among the more than 100 arrests that have been made at last report. We're also hearing of more charges being laid for one of those organizers this morning, and to tell us about those arrests and the organizers themselves, let's bring in the CBC's Natalie Polana. She's following this important part of the story for us today. So Natalie, bring us up to speed.
Well, Michael, I can tell you that court proceedings, the bail hearings for one of the organizers is ongoing right now as we speak. That is for Tamara Leach. She's told the court that she is willing to leave Ottawa, though it would take about 5 days, because she says she would have to arrange for a way to get out of Ottawa. She cannot fly out because she does not have a vaccine passport. The judge, as well as the Crown and defense attorneys right now talking about how much money they will put up for bail. $5,000 has been suggested, though that proposition has not been confirmed, nor has she been granted bail. However, she did tell the court if she were granted bail, she would not communicate, not support the convoy either verbally or financially. Said she wants to, quote, go home.
lockdowns, church closures, this, that, and the other thing, they got decisions from courts within weeks or months. In Canada, as just one example, there'd be many. We sued the Alberta government in December of 2020 over lockdowns. We finally got a court ruling July 31st, 2023. So it was a little bit more than 2.5 years. We're talking about the violation of our charter freedoms of association, expression, religion, conscience, peaceful assembly, pastors locked up in jail. Like, this is a violation of our charter rights, and it takes 2.5 years to get a ruling. Now, there's only two explanations I can think of. Either the judges are lazy and they don't work hard, or we have too few judges. I think it's the latter. I currently know some judges. I've known judges over the years. I think they're very hardworking people. They're doing the best they can to, not keep people waiting. But when you've got too few judges and the work it's like a waiting list for medical procedures, right? If you've got either too few doctors or too few operating rooms or whatever, right, you're going to have these wait lists. And so we really need, in my view, we need to have, if we appoint more judges, even if, 1% of them are lazy, if we have more judges, we can get ruling.
Controversial figure within this group, Pat King of Red Deer, Alberta, has also been arrested. He is facing several criminal charges. Like Leach, they include things like counseling to commit the offense of mischief, counseling to commit the offense of disobeying a court order, and he is scheduled to appear in court. Now it's looking like Tuesday morning. That is the latest we are hearing. So he will be in custody for the next little while. Leach, who was arrested on Thursday, as I said, that court hearing going on now to determine whether or not she will be released on bail. Another organizer, Chris Barber, has been released on bail. He has been told that he has to leave Ottawa within 24 hours. He has to leave the province by Wednesday. Barber is facing 4 of those criminal charges, the same that we are seeing with the other organizers that have been arrested. He also has agreed to a condition on bail that stipulates he cannot support the convoy in any manner, financially, verbally. He is also not allowed to assist others financially with the protest, except to assist them leaving the city. And if that happens, it has to be through his own pocket, his own funds. In that respect, he's also not allowed to contact the other organizers that are now have been arrested, being King, being Leach, just for example. So that is just
quickly now,
some,
I apologize.
Yeah, some of the 100 people, Michael, that have been arrested. 21 vehicles we know have been towed so far.
Natalie, thank you for that. The CBC's Natalie Collada. And with that, I do want to bring now Ashley Burke to the program once again as you watch CBC News Network, as we watch again the second day of police breaking up the protests in Ottawa. And we broke through Natalie, Ashley, to get to you, because right now there is some action in your area right now.
Yeah, Michael, I'm at the corner of Bank and Wellington Street. This is another point where police are moving in and moving forward. As you can see, right in front of us is the police line, just right there where you see all of those demonstrators lined up. Every 10 minutes or so, they have been moving themselves a little bit forward. But take a look behind them. You can see that on back behind them, there are police on horses. They have been moving forward as well. This is a method that's been used over the last 2 days that protesters have been upset about. Now, to the right of that, you can see that there is a tactical unit, tactical officers that are standing up on the side here. To just give you a sense of some of the police operations here. Now, behind us, look how much space they have to go here. Right behind us is Tony's just going to show you, there's a barricade. Okay, people are moving. So, just gonna move out of the way here.
Ashley, do what you need to do to stay protected. I believe, and we need confirmation on this. I believe that some pepper spray has been used. I don't know by whom.
Yeah, there was some pepper spray used, at least on one person earlier that we saw in the snowbank just behind us. And other people are, right now, take a look at this. On the snowbank here, you can see people trying to put snow in their eyes to clear their eyes out. So you're right, it does appear there's been some pepper spray used. Look at this person here. He's got his hands over his eyes, trying to walk. Looks like he cannot see. People are trying to help him behind this snowbank here that they're kind of using as a protected area. Police do not have much more space to go to take back this spot. They do have a blockade here, so there's not a lot of movement, but we're seeing many people coming out of here. We are seeing we are seeing pepper spray actually spraying in the crowd there.
Yeah, we just saw a very close view of that, Ashley. We just saw a very close view of that as they're employing right now this pepper spray. And sporadically, not consistently, but sporadically, we know, as Ashley's been telling us, people have been affected here. Ashley, can you describe again, where exactly is this police line in relation to Parliament Hill, in relation to O'Connor Street, where they're trying to corral the remaining protesters?
Well, we're just to the west of O'Connor Street, where we were earlier, just in front of West Block. So we're really close to Bank Street here. We're standing on the corner of Bank and Wellington Street. So this is another point, the other side of where you saw us earlier, where they're moving protesters. There are several key areas here where they're squeezing demonstrators together, trying to get them to exit on their own out of the roads behind us. But this is sort of the last group here that says they're not leaving. We've spoken to many this morning who say they don't want to be arrested, that they will leave, but they want to stand their ground here as long as they can. We also saw a lot of trucks leave this area. Look at the police line. They just moved closer, and they're pushing people back. So we're going to keep watching this to see what happens, but we are seeing the crowds leave and move backwards, and they're making quite a bit of distance here as police start to scatter this way. So look at how much distance they just made up. That was a pretty good amount of time.
Well, let me describe for you what we can see from
I can see on my side people pouring.
Well, let me actually describe for you.
I can see people pouring water in their eyes just everywhere.
So pouring water in their eyes, but I also want to bring you in because you can't see the shot that we're showing people at home right now. This is a...
What happened? You got sprayed?
Yes, I did get sprayed. They took my husband when they sprayed me in the face. They took him, standing beside. Was he arrested? I don't know where he is. I can't find him, and I'm not telling you anything else.
Okay, Ashley, thank you
for
for
that.
that.
A sense of the emotion here in the crowd from some of here.
Well,
listen to her. She's turning off her mic. She's lying.
And I have to say, Ashley, obviously that's one protester who said that she was sprayed in the face with pepper spray. I want to, again, describe for people the overhead view that we see right now, because you see there the police line on Wellington making their way further west towards O'Connor, where they're trying to corral people. We have seen pepper spray used, but also we are now seeing, it seems, more protesters making their way towards that police line. Now, this is probably not an addition of people making their way into this red zone, but they have moved now closer towards the police line. Ashley, from your vantage point, did you see people moving towards the police line as well?
We do see some of that, but the police line, look at in front of us, it's actually on the sidewalk now. So there's a tent behind them. That's where someone this week was serving hot chocolate, and then someone was making soup in those two tents, the blue and the black behind us. This was a main area throughout the past week where there was food served. Now we're seeing police on the other side of that. So they've broken up on both sides and are moving forward. And to the left of us is Parliament Hill. So it just gives you a sense of how close we are to Parliament Hill up here. That's the West Block.
Okay, Ashley, listen, get to a safe position. We're going to come to you again a little later in the program, but we're going to stay here looking at the images right now. Again, this is the second day of police actions as they try to break up the protest that has essentially occupied the southern portion of Parliament Hill and parts of downtown Ottawa for 3 weeks now. This is the 4th weekend, but as Ottawa Police promised yesterday, this weekend would not be like others, and in fact that is what we are seeing. The protesters being broken up more and more, and also being pushed down Wellington Street, their base camp, if you will, for these many days now. And I want to read here to you the latest tweet that we're getting from Ottawa Police, because we have been reporting about the number of children that have been brought to the protest and occupation site for these many weeks. And the Ottawa Police are just tweeting out, once again, we are seeing protesters bringing their children to the unlawful protest site. This is a reminder, if you bring a minor, a person under 18 with you to an unlawful protest site, you may be charged and fined up to $5,000 and potentially spend up to 5 years in prison. A reminder from Ottawa Police to get the children out and to disperse the parents who have actually brought them to this protest. Now, we'll keep our cameras here. Again, you're watching CBC News Network on this Saturday, watching right now the police action to break up protesters on Parliament Hill. And I want to bring back to the program once again Charles Bordelot, former Ottawa Police Chief, now public security consultant. Charles, thank you for being with us again. We see now the police, in some instances, using pepper spray. What does that say to you about where we are right now in this operation?
Well, from what I could observe, Michael, is that obviously the police are trying to gain some ground and pushing back that line of demonstrators, and they received some forms of aggression from the demonstrators. So at some point in time, their safety was at risk, so they deployed pepper spray. And you know what? I shake my head as to the reaction of some of the demonstrators saying, "Oh, they actually pepper sprayed me." Well, they have horses out there. What do they expect the police to be doing in order to finish this and end this demonstration when they have constantly been aggressive and refusing to leave? The multiple attempts and pleas of the police service for them to depart voluntarily, yet they refused. So the police are forced to eventually having to use these types of tactics in order to force them to leave or end up arresting them. And I'm seeing a number of arrests now being made. And what I'm also observing is once that individual is arrested, the professionalism of the men and women of these police services continues. They're very carefully taken care of and brought back to their transport vehicles. There's no aggression whatsoever being demonstrated by the police officers who are under a tremendous amount of stress. I see all the aggression and the frustration being exhibited by these demonstrators that are still refuse to acknowledge that this is over and they need to leave.
Well, we certainly this past week have seen almost if you use the carrot and stick metaphor here, we've seen the carrot in the early days, and now, if you will, this is more the stick, as the police, starting yesterday, really moved in on protesters to break up the occupation, and the camps have been set up for over 21 days. Talk to us, if you will, Charles, because I think it's worthwhile to remind people, what have Ottawa Police done up until this point in hopes of getting protesters away from Parliament Hill without resorting to the action we're now seeing?
I would say from day one, they've been messaging and telling them leave. And in the past 3 days, they actually went out, delivered individual flyers to each and one of the demonstrators to clearly outline what the consequences were of them making a decision to stay. They did that twice. They continued to message it. And even yesterday during the police action I was doing, they constantly were telling them, please leave, please leave. You may be arrested. So there are so many steps that have been taken by the police service and the community to tell these individuals, you are not welcome here, it's illegal, leave this area. So now you're seeing where the police now have been forced to take a more aggressive posture in order to really clearly demonstrate that this is over. And you're seeing a number of arrests being made, which is unfortunate, but that's the reality of what is taking place. And I go back to as well what Interim Chief Bell said, that this weekend will be different from the other weekends that we've seen, and the community may see things that they have never seen before. And I go back to my 35-year policing career. The last time I saw officers come out in this type of posture with helmets and batons when I believe it was the G7 or G20 when President Bush, George W. Bush was in town, and there were some extreme groups that were very violent and caused some concerns in our city. That is a long time, and that's a long time ago. So this is unusual for Canada. This is unusual for Ottawa, where Ottawa is the site of hundreds of demonstrations each year, whether it be at Parliament Hill or at different embassies that are in our city. But you have never seen this type of posture, and it is because of the deliberate actions of these demonstrators that the police service has been forced to utilize these types of tactics and this different type of approach in order to safely as possible end this demonstration.
To that, I want to get some particulars from you because there has now been a perimeter, a red zone, if you will, a no-go zone established around the Centertown area of Ottawa. Walk us through what that means and how it's being enforced.
So there's two perimeters that have been established. One is the red zone, which is the very small downtown core area where it is prohibited from entering. So anybody in that red zone there is subject to arrest because it's been deemed an illegal demonstration and occupation. There's a further perimeter that's been established outside the city limits, which controls main access points into the city's core area. And these are the hundreds of checkpoints that are staffed by officers who will stop each vehicle, pedestrians, and ask them what their purpose is to come into this area. They need to reside here, they need to have a business here, or they need to have some legitimate purpose from attending here. Those who decide to come to Ottawa for the sole purpose of coming to support this demonstration here will be turned away and could be subject to arrest as well if they continue to force themselves into that outside perimeter.
The other question I have for you has to do with the current strategy, and that is to essentially push people away from Wellington Street, just south of Parliament Hill, and down O'Connor Street, moving them further south. How far south do they want them to go? Is this a dispersal policy? Is this just to contain them?
It's a dispersal strategy. You will not see them. They're trying to shrink the perimeter as well. But you will not see the application of the kettling method because that is deemed to be very dangerous, as we saw in the G20. So there will always be an outlet for individuals to voluntarily leave or to escape. So they're trying to reduce those types of perimeters in order to make this demonstration end. The danger will be is that you mentioned it before. You don't want now to displace the protest in another area. So they will do everything they can to try to end this demonstration by forcing them to leave the downtown core, or by arresting them and physically removing them to the processing center.
You mentioned the fact that Ottawa is a city that sees several protests every year, and of course that is understandable given that it is the nation's capital, given the number of embassies in Ottawa. But I'm wondering if there needs to be a future conversation about Wellington Street itself, if not portions of Metcalfe and O'Connor and certainly Spark Street, because these are easily accessible routes for anyone. Public transport goes up and down Wellington Street every single day. People use their vehicles to get to the Rideau Centre along Wellington Street. Do you think going forward this will be a street that needs to have further restrictions?
Well, those conversations are already taking place with respect to further extending the parliamentary precinct zone, which now ends at Wellington Street. So to include Wellington Street as in effect part of the parliamentary precinct, especially because you've got now more offices of government. The Prime Minister's office is across the street at O'Connor. You've got now the Senate for the time being that's at the Confederation, the old Confederation building. So it has grown in size. The challenge is that this is a very busy street. It's a major arterial for buses and vehicles going over to the Quebec side, on the Gatineau side. So they would have to have a significant change in their traffic management plans in order to divert that traffic, and they wouldn't want to divert that right into the downtown core. So I all the way agree that there's an opportunity to further restrict access to Wellington Street to protect the Parliament buildings. People will still come down to Ottawa to protest at the seat of Parliament because it is the nation's capital. So where will they then go to demonstrate? And if it's a pedestrian area and it's allowed, that's fine. But then you've got the vehicles as well that you're going to have to deal with. But it's certainly a conversation that will undoubtedly continue and take place to see what physical changes need to be made to the downtown core to ensure that this type of event does not take place again.
Charles Bordelot, thank you. We'll speak again later in the program, but for now, thank you for your comments. And as we say thank you to Mr. Bordelot, we continue to see the scene right now on Wellington Street. I'm Michael Serapio. You're watching CBC News Network, and we continue to bring you live coverage right now on the second day of police action as they try to break up the protests and the occupation that has been taking place on Parliament Hill for
I'm going now.
21 days now.
I'm going now. I'm going to turn something on. I need something to watch.
This weekend is very different than the weekends we have seen prior, where there has been almost a party-like atmosphere as people in downtown Ottawa have complained about the torture of the noise and the horns blaring, and of course many concerned about the occupation that was stretching out for days. But we're now seeing this police action, and to talk about it, we're reaching out once again to Michael Kempa, who is a criminologist with the University of Ottawa. Michael, thank you for being with us again today. I'm sorry, is Michael there by any chance?
I'm here.
Oh, there we go, Michael. Sorry, we had some audio issues. Good to have you on. Thank you for being with us again. Listen, let's begin with a broad stroke here. How are you feeling? What are you thinking of as you watch this police action again go into a second day to break up this protest?
I'm very, very surprised by the pace. Today, much more has been accomplished by lunchtime here than I expected would be accomplished by the dinner hour. Or even the evening. The police have been able to move very quickly, and I think it reflects that there are a far larger number of people who were shocked by police action yesterday than we had expected. When the police moved, there was a bit of disbelief amongst the unified group. They began to sort of separate into a very fearful surprise group and a smaller group that was showing more resolve. The resolve group does not seem to be expanding. It seems to be a very fearful group, and that's why the police have been able to take so much ground in such a short period of time.
Beyond that, though, do you really think police have any other option but to move in more forcefully on this Saturday, given that they promised that this weekend would be different?
Well, the weekend has already been very different. One thing that I'm very encouraged by is we had no major influx of more casual supporters on a weekend for the first time in 3 weeks. So this is already a major change. The police are moving quickly. I don't think they'll be motivated to move simply to make a point or to show citizens that they were able to do it in a very short time frame. They just wouldn't take that risk to make a point. They're going to move deliberately. If they have an opportunity to press forward quickly, they certainly will. It would just be an added benefit if it was over more quickly than anybody expected.
Talk to us about the charges here that people face, because we're now looking, obviously, at protesters who have not dispersed, despite the fact that police have been sending out these education pamphlets and been warning them that they do face arrest and or fines, even imprisonment, if they didn't leave the area. So talk to us about the charges that the remaining protesters and those who have already been arrested. What do they actually face?
Well, the leadership has mostly, the main charge, there's been a few, but the main one is counseling mischief. Mischief is a lot more serious than it sounds or it can be. It's a huge range of offenses that have to do with damaging property, preventing people from making ordinary use of public space and operating businesses, and it can be very minor. And it can be major. It can cause a lot of damage to property and really stymie the ability of a lot of people to go about their business. It becomes a very serious charge. It can be an indictable offense, in other words. It can carry a hefty prison sentence. It's unusual in many cases that judges go that far, but in this case, it's very possible. Then there's issues of perhaps assaulting police officers, concealed weapons, issues of resisting arrest. The police will
not be motivated to pile charges up on ordinary protesters, but certainly those that are displaying violence will have a greater range of charges. It's very serious. They'll never be able to go into the United States again, for example.
Michael, I'm going to pause our conversation for a moment here. Do stand by. I do want to now go back to the streets of Ottawa, go to the CBC's Thomas Daigle, as he is covering for us everything that unfolds right now. Thomas, where are you at this point? What are you seeing around you?
Let's talk about why your incredible book isn't getting
We're on Wellington Street at the corner of the Bank Street, just adjacent to Parliament Hill, where police have pushed back protesters all the way back here. Keep in mind, this is the spot where for the past 3 weeks, big rigs have been parked. This has all been cleared out over the past few hours. Sometimes some of these truckers have left of their own volition. Some vehicles in the area have been towed, but mainly over the past few hours, we've seen truckers pull out of their own volition, and even the so-called Freedom Convoy 2022 Twitter page putting out a message on social media telling all the truckers, everyone involved here now to clear the area of big rigs. So this is where the police line has ended up. There are still probably a couple hundred protesters at this street corner holding the line, as they say, in some cases waving Canadian flags, booing the police, yelling obscenities, chanting freedom in some cases. This is what it's come down to. There is no expectation from anyone here who remains here that they will not get arrested if they remain. Police have given them several warnings time after time for the past couple of days, and again today over the megaphone several times. You've probably heard it in our coverage, telling anyone here, all the protesters, if you are still here, and they're repeating that right now, please leave the area. If not, it's no longer you may be arrested, you will be arrested. And we're hearing cheers now from the crowd. I'm not sure what that's in reaction to. They're chanting freedom again. This is the cat and mouse game that we've seen since early this morning. It was a quick advance from police, which seems to have stopped at this street corner. I can't quite see the line of police, as there's a group of protesters standing on either a concrete, what appears to be a concrete barricade that police put up over the past 24 hours to stop traffic from entering. And this is where the crowd is remaining. They have said time and time again that they're a peaceful group and they have the right to be here, but police disagree with that and are moving them back now to this corner of Wellington and Bank. And there's an expectation, you get the feeling that police are going to move again momentarily here.
Well, as we keep our cameras on the situation, Thomas, I do want to remind people that we are trying to bring to them the best information that we have as it unfolds. Certainly, we're monitoring a number of different social media channels. We are monitoring police lines as well as they explain to us what's happening, and our reporters are essentially frontline eyewitnesses to this history unraveling in front of our very eyes in the nation's capital. You know, Thomas, as we continue to look at Wellington Street, I don't know if you can give me this clarification, but originally they were trying to move protesters down O'Connor. You're now saying that they are moving them towards Bank Street. Does that mean that they have divided the protester group, one down O'Connor, one down Bank?
Yeah, it would seem that way. O'Connor is that way. We can't see it from where we're standing, but yes, it would sound correct. It sounds right that they have indeed split the protester groups into two. There was a loud group on Wellington. Well, for the past 3 weeks now, they've been blaring music, and just about where we're standing, just around this, right around this block, is even just yesterday. I was reporting from here. They still had a bouncy castle set up. They had a stage and loud music, and in fact, just today, as this police operation has heated up, the Twitter page of the so-called Freedom Convoy 2022 has announced that the entertainment that they had planned for today on stage has been canceled because of what you see here, because of the police operation clearing out what has been long deemed an illegal protest. So protesters have been split up, waving various flags here. Quebec, Canada, and it's a standstill at the moment, but we have seen throughout the day, ever since police began this quick succession of pushes, we've seen that these standstills don't last very long. Sometimes police move back, regroup, sometimes there's a change in the officers, sometimes they've brought in the mounted unit with
horses. So we're waiting to see what the next tactic is going to be. A lot more aggressive police tactics than we've seen since last night, particularly since this morning, compared to what many neighbors would say has been inaction for 3 weeks.
Bullshit!
Very quickly,
I hate it here. I hate this light.
Observations about the weather because
I want to work.
the weather has taken a turn for the worse right now. Walk us through the conditions that you're having to work through, the conditions that police are having to work through, and the conditions which these protesters are still bearing as they refuse to leave the area.
So what I'm trying to say is there was a heavy snowfall here on Thursday night into yesterday morning, so you still see banks of snow, and as protesters have been pushed back by police, certainly we ourselves, I can tell you, have been, in some cases, sort of falling over these banks of snow. It's not that slippery. It doesn't seem to be icy at this point below the snow, but again, snowflakes are again falling at this hour, Michael. It's a bit breezy. There have been some squalls with reduced visibility, but at the moment it's just bitterly cold, and pretty much what we've seen in terms of weather, a bit of snow and wind and cold, what we've been seeing for the past 2 days.
Thomas, thank you for that. I appreciate it. This is Thomas Daigle in Ottawa. We see there once again the scene on Wellington Street, police on horseback making their way towards where protesters have now been pushed. Now, that said, and this is just breaking, we're going to have to get some clarification, some confirmation here, but I do want to read to you. This is being sent out by Stephen Hoff, and he says that organizers are breaking protests. Their statement of intention. Quote, the Freedom Convoy 2022 is shocked at the abuses of power by the law enforcement in Ottawa. The police have force trampled on demonstrators and deployed riot control agents. They've also beaten peaceful protesters with batons and with the stock of their guns. We have therefore asked our truckers to move from Parliament Hill to avoid further brutality. To move the trucks, it will require time. This has been communicated to Ottawa Police, and we hope that they will show judicious restraint. The truckers are moving, and the use of more force will only be used to punish people and not to preserve or establish order. Again, that is a message from the Freedom Convoy, and I have to say, this is just now on social media. We need to back this up, get some clarity around it, but I'm hoping to get some early reaction. So I'm going to change plans here to our crew in the control room. I'm wondering if Murray Faulkner, former London Police Chief, is still on the line. Murray, I'm hoping you're there. I read that statement of intention now from this so-called Freedom Convoy. Your reaction to what they're describing as police brutality on demonstrators in Ottawa?
Well, you know, it's a day late and a dime short, but they said the truckers are going to leave. They've already left. And as far as police brutality, listen, this is the minimum amount of force that has been used by public order units in major protests like this. So, you know, I understand that they have a perspective and a slant that they want to put out, but the public can see, you can see, that it's being handled in a very professional manner. I will say that I think there has been a certain smugness amongst Canadians as we look January the 6th at what happened at the state capitol to our neighbors to the south. Thought, you know, something like that would never happen in Canada because we're so much better. But you can see that there's not that much difference between actions that happen in the States and what's happening at our capital. And then we must remember that even though what started out as a freedom convoy and a protest against vaccinations and mandates, we have to remember that the manifesto talked about none of that. In essence, it talked about overturning the government, removing the government, having this Governor General remove the sitting government, and the truckers or the protesters being in charge of the government. Well, folks, this is not a society that is going to be very beneficial if ever that happens. And so one has to remember in context everything that has happened in the last 22 days and not be dissuaded by some other documents that may come out on public media.
And just some clarity there, it was our Stephen Hoff, our producer in the Parliamentary Bureau, who sent out that statement. He did not write the statement. It is from the so-called Freedom Convoy.
The message of Mark Polonsky.
So Murray, as we see that right now, I also want to note the fact that Ottawa Police have also said that they are essentially putting up their taxes because of the behavior of those protesters that they observed yesterday. Talk to us about the protesters who do remain, because we know that many did leave. More than 100 arrests were made, but many other protesters left on their own volition, seeing what was taking place with Ottawa Police. Talk to us about the protesters that are still standing their ground and what that means, or how that would influence the kind of tactics police would have to employ at this point.
Well, I think we've said this before, Michael, that the people that are left are the hardcore individuals. If you can remember what you saw yesterday along the lines by Michelle Frontenac, there were far more females in the line. But today, there's far more males that probably are more physical with the police, are more confrontational with the police, and therefore police tactics have changed slightly. And so rest assured that the police will use as minimal amount of force as is necessary. Capsicum spray or pepper spray is not nice, but in fact will only be deployed if there is some resistance or assaultive behavior by the protesters. We have seen that quite clearly yesterday and today. I also say that that really there's nothing left to prove by the protesters staying around. Although they're getting national coverage by this, their points have been well made, and they do need to go home, get back to life, and go back to work.
And I also want to read for you here a statement. This is from Ottawa Police. They sent out on Twitter, Murray, and this was just a couple minutes ago. They said, quote, "Protesters continue to be aggressive and assaultive on officers. They are refusing to comply with the orders to move. You will have seen officers use a chemical irritant in an effort to stop the assaultive behavior and for officer safety." So that goes to your point as to what's being deployed here. Listen, Murray, I'm going to ask you to stay where you are. I'm going to pause our conversation as well right now, because we have our David Common, who is in Ottawa on the ground right now covering the protest. David, let's go to you right now. What's happening around you?
Yeah, so we are on King Street here, Michael. People who've been to the nation's capital who lived here will know it as the artery that runs down towards Wellington, where much of the occupation has been. Now, the area I'm standing, until frankly seconds ago, there was a truck right here. It has moved back to this area. Other trucks have been moved out. And are leaving at least the downtown core. Where they're headed, that I can't tell you. Are they leaving altogether? Are they going to another area where they would regroup? But you see, here's another truck. We'll just step out of the way because it's backing up here. Want to get out. So, Ontario Provincial Police officers have actually been around here, and they are taking license plates and other information from these truck drivers as they are clearing out of the area now. That some of these trucks have been here for all of those 3 weeks. And so if I bring you here, you see the Ontario Provincial Police taking all these details about these trucks. They take down license plates and other information. By doing that, they're able to identify the owners of the vehicles, the drivers of the vehicles, and that helps them with understanding who has been a part of this process. We've seen that repeatedly over the last 48 hours as some trucks have left this downtown core area, police taking all that information. Now, of course, we also know that because of the power in those Emergencies Act, there's all those financial insurance as well, and this would give them the power to impact them. If I look in that truck, right in the window, it says Nova Scotia, here for the long haul. We'll see if that truck is here in an hour, because a lot of them are now, in fact, leaving. There are suggestions that over the next hour, that a number of these trucks could leave. We'll only know when we actually see it. The actual police operation has actually been happening on the other side of these barricades that were put in by the city of Ottawa some days ago. So Wellington Street up there on the other side of those police cars, that is where we saw a large amount of that police activity earlier in the day, pushing that crowd back. And there continue to be large numbers of police officers up in that area, face-to-face in some cases with protesters. But the crowd, while still sizable in number, is not what it has been. The bridges into Ontario from Quebec, so the other side of the river, they've been shut down And so it is harder to get into this core, and the protest crowd has been dispersed more. People are not all in one spot, and so that changes the dynamic here. You know, I see people are shoveling, cleaning up the streets that they've been in, and we've seen quite a bit of that. Stay out of the way while she's doing that, but you also, you know, we'll take a look. This is signed for the occupation, all the areas that have been signed, all the trucks that have been, all the people who have been signed in this area. Gives you a sense of, you know, the movement that has been here, the movement that has been in this area for 3 weeks, and continued people who are remaining here in the streets, even as that police enforcement operation continues to push.
You know, to that, David, yes, people are remaining. I'm wondering if they've talked to you or said anything to you to explain why they are not leaving despite the ongoing warnings from police services.
Well, you know, the area has been declared a no-go zone for a number of hours, and so people who have said they would stay have stayed. However, as police have got closer, just before police, you know, got to the trucks, that's when you saw some of those trucks leave. So they were here up to a certain point, and it was the very last second, frankly. That's when we saw some trucks leaving off of Wellington. The police who were smashing windows of trucks that stayed, they have not come up on this position yet, but they're frankly just about a block and a half away, and so could easily come here as we start to see movement, as we start to see areas clearing. You know, these trucks aren't necessarily leaving altogether. I look at that truck, for instance, it hasn't left the downtown, but it is uncorking the streets, and that would conceivably allow vehicles once again to come down into this area.
David, thank you for that. Appreciate it. The CBC's David Common in Ottawa as we continue to follow for you the very latest on the second day of police trying to break up the protesters who have occupied the Parliament Hill precinct just south of it on Wellington Street for over 3 weeks now. This is again the second day of this police action. You're watching CBC News Network, and I'm Michael Sarabia. Well, as we track this, I want to bring into the conversation right now the CBC's Hannah Thibodeau. Of course, Hannah was anchored earlier this morning, tracking all of this unfolding. You know, Hannah, I think it's worthwhile as we are watching very closely what is happening here. I think it's worthwhile to go back, walk us through what happened in the early morning hours, because as I said, you were anchoring the earlier portions of News Network today. Walk us through what happened, because a very different police tactic being employed on this Saturday than the one that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I would say so. Yesterday was slow and methodical, and you hear that quite frequently yesterday when it came to how the police were maneuvering this situation. It started over by Ottawa University. There are trucks that were there originally blocking that exit, getting off the highway and heading into the downtown core. That's where they began their operations. They started arresting people. Then after they got that cleared out, they took evidence and eventually got tow trucks to move those vehicles out of there. Then, once that was clear, and they were going to move to the next section, they learned lessons from that. They moved on to the next section, which was really another place that trucks had dug in, and that was around the Rideau Center. And it was a weird experience to walk through that. There were a lot of trucks parked every which way. There was music blaring. They had fires going, and once they got into that area, they did similar things. It was slow, it was methodical. They pushed the crowd back. They made the arrests for people who wouldn't leave the vicinity. And then again, it was getting those trucks to clear that area. Then they made it up to the Chateau Laurier. That was last night, where you did see some interaction between police and also with the protesters there. This morning, when they started to bring in the bigger police force and start to move again, at that point you could tell there was a difference in tone. When it came to, you could see they had the face shields on. They were carrying also the batons. They weren't using the batons in hitting people, but they were using them to push people. It was a different kind of maneuvering with the protesters, showing them, okay, we told you to leave how many different times, and
then finally, you know, again this morning saying leave or be arrested, and even the tone in the police messaging was a bit different this morning as well. So then you could see the massive buildup of police, and what we heard from the two chiefs that we have, you know, talking us through all of this is that essentially they're in an area that is more confined, and this gives the police a little bit of strength because you have a building on one side, you have a fence on the other, and people can't really disperse out. It's pushing them back and continually pushing them back. Then they started to pushing them down the side streets as well, still giving them that option to get out of the city. They have told them, and you hear it on the speakers, get out if you do not want to be arrested. And they continually do that. And as these police lines continue to go forward, what we see is there's usually a little bit of a break. They kind of regroup, regather, and we've heard that from Murray Faulkner that, you know, they have to have a time to rest as well, and then they continue to push forward. But what we're hearing from police on the ground, we've heard from the interim chief of police that this is now a 24-hour operation to get this done. And you can see this morning that things are moving a bit more quickly when it comes to pushing those protesters back so that they can clear those areas, get the protesters out, and then also get the trucks out as well.
You know, as we continue to have this conversation, I think it's really worthwhile to once again situate people who don't live in Ottawa or are not very familiar with Ottawa. You and I have spent years there, but this is now the no-go zone. Talk to us about the secured area, Hannah, and what police are doing with it.
Yeah, so that is the secure area. When it comes to coming into the downtown core, as I have to do to come to work, you see that secure area. It's about 3 kilometers square. In that area, you cannot get off certain exits to the downtown core. In fact, the police have them completely blocked off. There are only certain exits you can get off. When you get off at the exit, you have to tell your reason why you're coming down into this area. In particular, if you're coming into the red zone, you have to show your ID, you have to tell them where you're going, you have to either live or work in this downtown core. If you are a protester coming with your vehicle, it's just not going to happen. But you still can come by foot because we have seen an increase in protesters over the course of the morning. This morning there was a few scattered protesters. The numbers, as you can see there, have seemed to have grown quite extensively throughout the morning. There are 100 checkpoints in that area that people must go through. And you can see again, Michael, I'm just watching the police there in that line, and protesters seem to be pushing up against them. Again, it seems to be a lot of pushing back and forth at this time, and we have to keep a close eye on that because police have come in, they are prepared, they have given them sufficient amount of warnings to get out of the downtown core. For the past couple of days, they've been handing out flyers, and if you weren't handed a flyer in your hand, it was being put on your windshield. We have seen some trucks leave the downtown core this morning, and I think they took the warning quite seriously when you started to see some of the authorities breaking windows, going in, pulling people out of those vehicles if they were still in it, if not pulling out some of their, making sure that it was clean and that there was nothing that could harm anybody in that area. So some of the trucks did leave, but clearly some people are coming in on foot to still take part in this now defined illegal protest.
You know, very quickly here, Hannah, because of course we're keeping a very close eye on the protest, but what's not so obvious is what's happening on Parliament Hill right now in the West Block, because they are at this point debating the Emergencies Act, as we know, invoked by the Prime Minister this week. It's now being debated ahead of a vote that was scheduled for Monday. Walk us through the issues being debated here and really what's at stake ahead of the vote.
Yeah, so this is really, it's already in place. As soon as it was invoked, it is in place. But now is a vote. And what's important is that the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party have support from one other party to show that, you know, this was something that was reasonable. Right now, the NDP are voting in favor of this. That's what NDP leader Jagmeet Singh has said. And what the Prime Minister, the reason for doing this, he says he invoked it because the situation couldn't be dealt with any other law in Canada. And he defended, he is the first Prime Minister to use this act. This act was brought in place in 1988 under former Progressive Conservative Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. What we heard from the Prime Minister is that, of course, this will be time limited and targeted as well as reasonable and proportionate. Well, the Conservatives definitely don't agree with that. Interim Leader Candice Bergen, had pointed out that the blockades and borders were essentially over before this was even invoked. So her question was, why do you have to do this? She called it a power grab. The Prime Minister did it for his ego, all of those types of issues. And that's the type of debate we're going to continue to hear in the House of Commons. The debate will continue tomorrow. That's scheduled from 7 until midnight. And now I do know for sure, and I did miss this, so my apologies, that the vote is still scheduled to happen tomorrow evening. I'm getting my days mixed up, Michael. It's just all blending together. On Monday, the vote will take place, and we do expect it to pass because the NDP is supporting it, or so they say.
Thank you. We will speak again. The CBC's Hannah Thibodeau in Ottawa. Well, again, you are watching CBC News Network. I'm Michael Serapio as we cover the second day of police action trying to break up a protest that has occupied portions of Ottawa's downtown core for 3 weeks now. This weekend was promised by Ottawa police to be different than previous weekends, and that is exactly what we're seeing. A police enforcement that started in earnest yesterday morning and has quickly moved on this Saturday to push protesters further away from Parliament Hill, further down Wellington Street, as well as removing vehicles and arresting more than 100 people at this point. Now, as we continue to watch what is happening, and at this point, it is a bit of a standoff here as police are standing there in front of the protesters. Again, this is Wellington Street, just south of Parliament Hill, and behind those protesters is Bank Street, one of the major, if not the major thoroughfare through the nation's capital. I want to turn once again to Michael Tempa, criminologist with the University of Ottawa. Michael, thank you for standing by with us throughout this day. I really appreciate the insight here. Walk us through what you're seeing here in terms of an escalation, if you will, on police action, because again, they have pushed the protesters back initially to O'Connor Street, this group pushing that back to Bank Street. So walk us through the kind of reasoning that police will take in terms of deciding next steps here.
Well, where the police are now intensifying their tactics, they will have calculated, both through observing the crowd directly and through aerial views with drones and spotters, that essentially the back of the embedded protest has been broken, and they are going to be pushing as forward as quickly as possible. If they find that they encounter a violent and very committed group, they will slow down, and that will change the rapid advance. But they must have calculated, based on viewing the crowd from above, that there does not seem to be a significant violent threat, at least immediately in front of them. So where there's disorder, they will push forward quickly because that's their opportunity.
Now, as I speak with Hannah, I'm sure you heard, there is right now a debate happening in the House of Commons in the West Bloc, debating the Emergencies Act that's been invoked by the Prime Minister in response to the protests, certainly in Ottawa, but in other parts of the country as well. I'm wondering what you think on that matter. Do you think we would be here at this point where the protest is finally being broken up, again, more than 3 weeks after it began, without the Emergencies Act having been invoked?
Absolutely not. I can be unequivocal. You would not see all of these different policing agencies on the ground enforcing Ottawa laws without the enactment of the Emergencies Act as quickly as it has happened. There has been no swearing in of other officers from Sûreté du Québec, Toronto Police, OPP as Ottawa actors. You can only enforce Ottawa laws at the moment because of the Emergencies Act. So this would have taken another 3, 4, 5, 6 days of logistically swearing in officers as temporary Ottawa officers. Right there, this is one of the major impacts of the Emergencies Act. The other piece of this is the police have not been relying on many extraordinary powers. As we've been saying, they're charging people with mischief, or counseling mischief. These are ordinary criminal code offenses, and I believe that's wise because it will make court appeals much simpler down the road. The freezing of accounts, though, that has been absolutely impactful in terms of motivating people to leave. And again, we would not be here safely policing a thinned out crowd were it not for the Emergencies Act. Make no mistake.
Well, to that point, I want to read here. This is from Marco Mendicino, the Public Safety Minister, who earlier today gave an update. And he essentially said that financial institutions have frozen the accounts of at least 76 individuals linked to the protests, representing $3.2 million. How significant was this move by the federal government to actually go for the financial accounts of those involved?
Well, extreme. It's of extreme importance. It motivated a large number of people to leave, and it signals that there will be major consequences for this type of continuing to support this activity. It stopped donations essentially in their tracks at that time. The thing we have to understand, the Emergencies Act is simply not the War Measures Act. The War Measures Act, you flip a switch, it's on or off, and when you turn it on, it suspends everybody's civil liberties across Canada. The Emergencies Act does not work that way. It's an incremental act that works within the Charter, and the government takes existing laws, puts them together, and amps them up for a period of time, and it has only been applied to people who are either directly involved in the illegal protest or who are supporting the illegal protest. It has not otherwise affected Canadians across the country. A much better law than the old-fashioned War Measures Act.
Now, that said, as you know, there is a debate happening now in the House of Commons regarding that, whether or not it was the right thing to do, whether or not it should be approved, as it does require by its legislation the approval of Parliament within 7 days of its invocation. I'm wondering, though, Michael, at what point did this stop becoming a protest and more of a security concern that you think justifies the police action that we're now seeing?
All right. The protest action. All protests usually are a little bit illegal. They don't have permits and all of that. We tolerate it in a democracy. Once the protest took possession of downtown space, prevented citizens from exercising their rights to move freely through space, to live in a peaceful society. Once it expanded to include border crossings, vital economic links destabilizing the Canadian economy. Once weapons were found that were tied to a very small stream of organizers around this protest. We shouldn't label them all in the same group. It became a national emergency because it threatens the political and economic stability of the country, and it was demonstrated that the ordinary mechanisms had failed us. Municipal, provincial, federal government mechanisms, police, intelligence agencies, with ordinary authorities, they had failed. The Emergencies Act is going to uncover why they failed through the necessary mandated inquiry, and we will fix the system so that next time we will not have to mobilize the Emergencies Act for the same reason. In that way, it's a self-correcting piece of legislation.
Michael, I want to thank you for the insight today and these past days of this protest. We will hopefully speak again a little later this afternoon, but for now, thank you, Michael Kempa.
I'll be back. Thank you.
Now, let's pick up the point on the Emergencies Act, because the government does insist that invoking it is the right thing to do, and it's having the desired impact, they say, on clearing the Ottawa protests. The Minister for Public Safety says he will not commit to an exact time when the act may be lifted, though. Take a listen to Marco Mendicino.
As we have said all along, we have taken the decision very carefully, very thoughtfully, and as a measure of last resort to invoke the Emergencies Act. It is time limited, it is targeted, and it requires compliance with the Charter to ensure that we are protecting the individual freedoms and principles and values that are guaranteed under the Charter, while at the same time enabling law enforcement to do the job on the streets, in our neighborhoods, at our borders, to uphold public safety. We will only use the Emergencies Act for as long as is necessary. I want to make sure that we take the advice of law enforcement. We're in routine touch with the Commissioner of the RCMP and with other members of law enforcement. We'll let them assess operationally, since it is their domain of expertise, whether or not they think the situation is in hand.
And again, that was the Minister for Public Safety, Marco Mendicino, speaking earlier today about the Emergencies Act. Now, MPs do continue to debate the act both in the House and virtually today. Let's bring in the CBC's Hannah Thibodeau right now. She's tracking that part of the story as well as walking us through the protest itself. So, Hannah, let's get back to the Emergencies Act, again invoked by the Prime Minister earlier in the week. Walk us through the positions being stated right now in support and against the invocation of the act.
Yeah, I think we want to keep a close look outside too. Just on one of these cameras, I'm noticing, things I watched for this morning when these police start to line up in these certain specific ways. There's one camera where the protesters are really in the face of police, and it just seems like they may start moving at some time. So that's just thought. But when we move inside the House of Commons, it's not. There we go. That's the shot I'm talking about. Inside the House of Commons, we do know that they are continuing to debate the Emergencies Act. Just look at that lineup of police there ready. But inside the House of Commons, some of the things that the reason why they wanted to do this and some of the powers that were immediately enforced, and we heard some from Michael Kempa there, but among the reasons given by the government for invoking this is because it risked the economic recovery and the ongoing economic security. So they were talking economy a lot, and in particular that had to do a lot with the border situation. The Windsor-Detroit Bridge, over $350 million goes back and forth over that bridge every day. They also say adverse effect with Canada's relationships with its trading partners, in particular the United States. We know that when this was happening, President Biden was on the phone with Trudeau essentially saying, you need to fix this and you need to fix this now. And then when you look at situations like what we see downtown in the downtown core, the world is watching this. Let's be honest, we have seen and we've had multiple requests to be, a part of other newscasts right across the globe, from India to Britain to the United States, and we see them on the ground here covering this. We are a G7 country. This downtown core has been locked down for now 4 weekends. The Prime Minister knew that at a point he was taking blame for this, so he needed to take a handle of this. And that is, I think, one of the reasons, if you're thinking of the thought process as to why he eventually had to make a move on this, that is why it happened. Just look at that one shot too. I'm keeping an eye on all the shots. We see tow trucks coming into the downtown core. It's a high up shot. If you can see it in the control room, there it is. Those are now moving into, and I'm sorry to kind of flip back and forth on you, Michael, talking about a million different things here, but things are happening really quickly today. These tow trucks are now going in to clear out that section right in front of the Prime Minister's office, in front of the Parliament buildings that we have seen jammed with people, jammed with partiers, jammed with those trucks for 4 weekends now.
And to that, as I jump in, it's interesting, Hannah, because of course you say jammed with trucks, but right now I'm looking at one cab, which means to say that for those who are just joining us, there has been a huge movement, not only of people, but vehicles away from the southern precinct of Parliament Hill.
Yeah, and let me bring it back to the Emergencies Act as well. One of the things that the Prime Minister had stated, also the Mayor, I watched on Power and Politics last night, saying that a lot of tow truck operators, before the Emergencies Act was implemented last week, they were not willing to do this job, and they were not willing to do this for a couple of reasons. A, they might have feared for their safety. B, they may have been sympathetic to the protesters down there. Under the Emergencies Act, they have to do this. They are compelled to go in and remove these trucks. They will still be compensated, their fair pay for this, but they cannot say no to the job. So that was another part of the Emergencies Act, and just tying to those pictures there as we see some of these vehicles getting towed out of the downtown core. But when it comes to the Conservatives clearly said this was overreach. This is one of the things that they have been quite frustrated with the Prime Minister. They say it's dictatorial behavior, and they accused him of essentially jumping to use the Emergencies Act after failing to take action to address the demonstrators' frustrations, which really began if you think back to when the truckers really started to get frustrated, it's when the Prime Minister and the Liberals implemented the fact that they had to be vaccinated to cross the border. That was so long ago. Now being in these protests for the past 4 weeks, their message completely got muddied. And then we also, the Prime Minister said, I'm not going to talk to these people because they want to overthrow a democratically elected government. So these are some of the reasons that keep going back and forth in this debate in the House of Commons, and we'll continue to hear this over the next couple of days. But again, the vote is now still planned to happen on Monday evening. It will pass, and it will pass because the NDP are supporting it for that specific reason, saying that these organizers are saying that they wanted to overthrow a democratically elected government.
Hannah, thank you for that. Our Hannah Thibodeau in Ottawa. You are watching CBC News Network. I'm Michael Sarabio. As we continue to cover the second day of police breaking up the protests in and around Parliament Hill right now, breaking up the protesters that have occupied Wellington Street just south of the hill for more than 3 weeks, although Ottawa Police did promise that this fourth weekend would be different than the past, and certainly that is what we have seen. Police moving in early yesterday and then stepping up their actions today, pushing protesters back well away by a couple of blocks now, forcing them off of Wellington Street and putting them down onto streets like the one you're seeing right now, Bank Street and Kent Street, as well as, and excuse me, I believe this is Kent, and Metcalfe and O'Connor moving today. So we're tracking all that for you today as police again trying to disperse the protest that has overtaken the nation's capital for almost a month. And to that, let's go to Thomas Daigle right now. He is in the nation's capital, part of the CBC team right now, covering what is taking place. So Thomas, I know that things keep moving around the police positions, the protesters, and at times our own reporters. So tell us where you are right now. What are you seeing around you right now?
We're on Wellington Street, just near the Parliament buildings at the corner of Bank Street, Michael, and we're behind a barricade here, so we can give you a really close-up look at the police line here. Protesters are up in their face, giving them all sorts of, what you call it, feedback on the police operations today. But you were talking about the Emergencies Act, and just the changes that has allowed in policing here in Ottawa, and just how extraordinary this is. Right beside me here, this is a Quebec Provincial Police officer. There's a line of Quebec Provincial Police with batons in their hand, side by side. Just down the way there, Toronto Police, stationed right here in downtown Ottawa, and behind them, RCMP officers. Yes, go ahead, Michael.
I'm sorry, let me jump in. Can you just turn the camera over to the police line again? Let's take a listen to what's happening.
Oh, you want to have a listen to this, okay? Let's, I mean, yeah. I'll let you listen, but be warned. The content right here.
But we're not. We are trying to have freedom in a country that this. I only watch on the news this happening. I never ever in my life thought I would see this.
Right, so that's the kind of feedback that protesters have been giving to police, in some cases booing police or chanting shame on you to officers as they've moved in, particularly with the mounted unit. But again, looking at the police line here, officers from the RCMP at the back of the line in military-style emergency response gear, ready to move in. And this is the kind of this is the kind of gear we've seen when police have been getting ready to push back protesters again. It's worth underlining once more that this is the part of Ottawa, part of Wellington Street, where big rigs have been parked for the past 3 weeks. You don't see any big rigs now because they have all been moved, part of this really quick push from officers over the past few hours to clear the downtown core. The operation that really began yesterday, but really pushed in a much quicker succession today. Again, to give you a sense of how protesters, once officers stop and line up side by side like this, how protesters get in their face. We've seen in the past few minutes one Quebec Provincial Police officer hold up a video camera and record pictures of the protesters on the front line. So, as a colleague, part of our security team, has pointed out to me, they're not just learning as they move in who is at the front line, but they are gathering evidence. In some cases, we've seen officers on rooftops keeping an eye on the protesters and who's in the crowd and what the protesters are doing. From my vantage point, I can see a couple hundred protesters. The crowd has actually gotten bigger throughout the day as the sun has come out and as protesters have been allowed to move freely through the downtown despite the checkpoints. So the tension is on here. Police are keeping a close eye on the protesters, but no movement at this moment. I would say that could change any second now, Michael.
Okay, Thomas, thank you for that. It's Thomas Dagba, and as we say thank you to Thomas, here now is a view from up above of that police line that Thomas was where Thomas was reporting from, and you can see right now this is the line that the police have been holding for about an hour, and this is, as we heard from Thomas, at the corner of Wellington near Bank Street, and from there let's move to David Common. He is at Spark Street, the pedestrian mall in downtown Ottawa, at the corner of O'Connor. David, over to you.
Bonjour.
I can tell you that the protesters have been facing off on one side of this intersection. Now a second side, as these police officers in behind us here have just moved in. I believe those are the RCMP officers who have just moved in. On this side, what was certainly is now Ottawa police. They change shifts here periodically, and I think the logic behind that is it's cold out here. I don't know what the temperature is right now, but just in terms of the wind, which has really picked up recently and made it uncomfortable. And yet, many people who have been here for weeks continue to be here for a long period of time. These police, the RCMP, now moving forward towards us. So we're going to move back here and create a little bit of a cushion. The idea is to push people back. The man over here who's got a dog, and the police are getting
late night game with you guys. What's it, evening, afternoon?
Now, again, this is similar to what we saw this morning, where police move forward about 10 meters, hold, and then they wait for a certain interval of time. How much time? You don't know. Now, big thing that we were talking about, big difference from yesterday, not just the numbers of police, but the weapon systems that they have. So we did not see, for instance, wooden batons yesterday. They are out today. The Ottawa police saying that they are responding to an elevated level of threat among the protesters that they say they've asked repeatedly to leave and given the space to leave. Here we are. Some that have left. We've seen, over the course of the day, the vehicles that have left the main.
I really don't know what's going on right now. Yo, what's up? What's cool?
Literally right up there.
I'm ready for Tuesday.
Trailers, what happened going on. Now we're also seeing trucks that are leaving Kent Street down the road, or being moved off to the side, moving out. So there is movement. There are areas that either the police have cleared,
you guys
or
the
police
super
are
on
there
there?
monitoring as they are clearing. Doesn't mean the entire city is clear, not by a long shot, but there is a big shift in what's going on. It's a mostly young crowd that's out here, and it gives you a sense of just some of the things that are out here in terms of people and scenes, and of course. More police suddenly at this intersection. They just popped out of nowhere moments before we started talking to you.
David, thank you. And to David's last point, I'm going to ask our controller
Hey, my boy, bullets on.
because we can see clearly another group of police officers moving into the area. Now, we need to be very clear. We don't know if this is an escalation of policing or whether or not this is a changing of the guard. As we heard earlier today from our police contacts, there was very little relief for police yesterday as they stood to break up the protesters and the protest lines. Many police having to stand out bearing the cold and not being able to do anything, for example, going to the bathroom for hours on end. So today there is a larger police presence in the city, although not necessarily all at once, and what you saw there might just be police doing a changing of the guard, but that is something that we're tracking for you as we take one more look at the police line right now on Wellington Street near Bank, where we were earlier today, earlier this hour, rather, speaking to Thomas Day. Now, as we continue to look at the scenes here of the police moving on, I believe we still have with us Murray Faulkner, who is the former London police chief, security analyst now. Murray, can you hear Michael right now?
Go ahead.
Hi, Murray. Sorry there. I believe we have you now. Walk us through at this point what you've been observing, because there seemed to have been far quicker action in the earlier hours before the 12 noon Eastern time hour, and things seem to have slowed down at this point. Would you agree with that observation?
Oh, of course I would. I think maybe the strategy for today,
Go, Mr.
the big thing was they
71613.
wanted to clear out. Is it Wellington Street in front of?
Yes,
Parliament?
Wellington. That's correct.
Okay, so not being totally familiar with the area, but it seems to me that where the large trucks, the stage, the tents, and all that were set up is now under control of the police. So perhaps that was their main objective for today, and now they're just holding the line to see what's going to happen with the crowd.
Now, that said, the Ottawa Police have sent out another message again in bold red color on social media. Ottawa Police saying, demonstrators, you must leave. Anyone found within the zone will be arrested. Given that it's in full red, do you see this as a final warning?
Well, I don't know if it's a final warning. It's just a continuation of all the warnings that they have issued over the last 6 or 7 days. I will say that I think there is a sense among the commanders on site and at the command center that a clear message needs to be sent today, so that tomorrow there will be fewer protesters than there was today, and that even though there are hardcore people within that crowd, they will be arrested if they resist movement by the public order unit. You know, it's interesting to note that what are they going to accomplish by staying there? Their point has already been made. The mandates are being removed slowly, and so if that was the purpose, then they can go home and be satisfied that maybe they succeeded. But obviously, that was not the intent. As I said before, I felt that many of these truckers were being utilized by groups that had alternative methods of being in Ottawa, for overturning the government, to anarchists, to people not wanting to live by the rule of law at all. And so I think that's what you're seeing play out right at the moment.
It's interesting because you seem to believe then that this is an operation that's going to last, at least another day, if not many days after?
Well, I don't know how many days it'll last, but as long as there's protesters there standing like that, as long as the police use minimal force and arrest infrequently, this could last several more days. I will say, though, to the citizens of Ottawa, specifically in the downtown, your area is being recuperated. You will not be hearing the sonic assault as it's been described by the large trucks anymore, and that businesses will slowly be able to reopen.
Murray, thank you for that. I'm going to ask you to stand by. We want to go back to our David Common, again, part of the CBC News team on the ground in Ottawa. David, something's happening around you right now?
Yeah, indeed, Michael. So you see the RCMP tactical vehicle that's coming in there. The Ottawa police were on one side, RCMP on the other. What's happened is the RCMP have moved through, cut the crowd, the Ottawa police going down that way. And so further efforts to disperse the crowd. That area down there now seems to be clear. They are gradually pushing as they have off Wellington, the street that is immediately in front of Parliament. And so this push does seem to continue. Again, the same intervals that we've seen where they move.
I'll do the convoy, just a bunch of garbage. You don't want to hear the convoy. You don't want to hear freedom. Alright, I got him. Come on, guys, we got a win now. Win, boys. It's a win. It's a super win. Soldiers. Win. Oh, there goes the hunter. Hunter, run. Hunter, run. Hunter, run. Come on, Hunter. Where you go? Look at this guy go all over across the map. Look. I just gotta chase him the whole way through. Oh, where you going? I'm gonna be. Oh. Oh fuck, you did, baby. Oh damn. How do you beat me from there, man? Come on, man. I'll go my peculiar charm, aren't we? Are they Captain A? Oh, they got heavy. Oh. Got him. Oh. He's getting res. Nice. Good knee, good melee. Millinator. Millinator. Oh. No, I didn't get him. So far. Almost got him. Ooh. I got yours. I got you, man. Done ready, I got you. Oh fuck. They're on B cap. Yeah. Did you guys get them? Super. Oh, Robin Hood's back. Yeah, my buddy. Throw that in, boys. The side. Oh, the tangle detonation. There's another guy down. Or I'll get his wrist. I'll get it. You good, man? Alright, I know. That's it, boy. Whoop up. Got you. Get your wrist again. Where's it? Who's over there? Okay. Let's go to A. Melee. And melee. Yes, I got him. Okay, get his wrist. Got you. Oh, capture the flag. Capture the alright, sorry. Fuck, man. That's what it says. Thank you. Come on. Forward active is one. Forward active, we. Let's get it. Or two. Oh, that's like this one. Swing around. Yeah, oh, I got him. Yes. I got you. Yeah. Left side. B-spawn. Nice, 1, 2. Uh-oh. Oh, these quarter shields. Nice. Kept the zone. Good stuff. The rip down. Oh, so far got them. Oh, good. Yeah, they're on C. Nice. Cap C. Oh, almost. You gotta get him. Two. Yo, almost got 2. Whoa. You get res. Oh, good stuff, boys. I'll get yours, man. Where is he? Did you guys get the res? Oh, you leaving the res? Savages, man. They kept your point, man. Look at him cap it. Look at this guy hide. Oi. Come on, fire at him. Nice. Good kill, man. so I don't know what. 6-3? Oh, GG's. Oh well. Try again. Let's go again. Yeah, gotta win. Can't lose. Keep on losing. Not good. Return to luck mode. No. No. Where's relic mode? Okay, 3 bonus drops. Control. Let's try some control. Bounce it, bounce on. Yo. Yeah. Let's see, they're hiring. They're hiring. They're hiring. Flashman. Are they hiring? Yeah, they're hiring. Oh, cool. Are these guys hiring? Yeah, they're hiring too. Nice. But you gotta try to apply for resumes. This takes time. Let's see. Workopolis. Check those things. Workopolis. Edmonton. Alberta. Okay. Sport check. Foot Locker. Foot Locker. Let's try Foot Locker. They're hiring. Sales associate. Okay. Apply. I'm gonna apply. Sign up. Yo. Which one's hiring? Oh, the Londonderry one. Nice. Londonderry one's hiring. Cool. Who cares? Oh, and Kingsway too. Who cares? I'd rather go there and bring my resume, not fucking fill it out here. It's a bunch of garbage. It's a waste of time filling out here. It's just wasting time. Let's go. Whoop. Sorry guys, my mic is fucked. There's a slidey wheel. Yay! Got you. No, he got me. Fuck. How did he kill me from there? Fucking man. Oh damn. Let's close all these fucking things. Fuck job. The peculiar charm. Does another one have it? This guy does it. Uh-oh. Fuck! Hey, got me. Yo. You got me, man. I really kept seeing. Kept his own way. Go fight her. Oh. You're dead, bitch. Yay. Are they on B and C? They're both on the same zones. ask if I'm okay. No, I'm broke. I'm unemployed. I got no job. I'm just sitting here fucking doing fuck all. Wasting my life away. And BC is out of jobs too. And Calgary and Edmonton and all these fuckers. No, they're not out of jobs. So if they are hiring, but fucking gotta have time to apply. You gotta go there and poof, send them. Send those resumes out and hope to God you get a job. Bitch ass motherfucker. I'll just get with you guys, it's funner. Who cares? I fucking smoke. And find this and find that and just fucking life around and watch these awesome fucking podcasters and fucking Pat King and all these guys. Oh, I think, what time is Phil on today? Oh, ooh, 5. Phil Brown? Oh yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, maybe Mikey. No, it's okay, I'm not gonna even watch it. What's the point? Fucking watch it. Shit. $8 dinaro. $6. Oh, it's already getting dark. Who cares? My bitch. And my fucking light thing is not working. Yay. Wee. Oh, fuck you going. Oh, get me from there. This one. Uh-oh. It's a Spectre. No! Don't give me. Oh, I hope he doesn't get me. Easy weak? Easy one shot? Yup. Nope. No. Fuck, he was. He was one shot. Shoot. Shoot. The zone boys. Oh, another one. Another tether. Another. Oh, fuck. No. No, not another one. C-spawn. Whee. BBB. And we rank up in column, but we gotta do some column. And then some fucking relic and all this garbage. What do we do there? Who cares? Who fucking cares? Tuesday, fucking whatever. No! He got me. Did fucking guy man got me from there? Yo! How you get me from there? Fuck, man. Go see spawn. Uh-oh. Kaboom. Arrowbear. Per time. Stone color. Come on, stone color. Nope. Oh no. Got him. Weep. You get a whiskey tea. Oh. I got nitro. Yay. Power play. Second hockey. Uh oh. Wee.
our car got me. Hey, tequila shot. Yeah. Alright, big parking. The fuck is this guy going on? What the fuck? Yo, you kidding me? No. You kidding me? Okay. That is fucking Connor's fast, man. This guy's fast. Damn. Nice kill, man. 20 points. Oh, did you get him? Yeah, I got him. Respawn. Boom. Oh, rip. Almost got the warlock. Almost got him. Rip. Whoopee. Oh, it's a smash coming in, boys. Nice. That was a good super. B, are we on B? Yep, they're on B. Oh. Got him. 20 points. Oh. GG's. Wow, man. What's that? Oh, I got the training goal catalyst. Yo, good stuff. Yay. Yeah. Okay, time for some calm. Wee. Canada Poly. Good stuff, boy. Good job, Mark. Barbalos. On Team Nation, good job. That's it. Good job, boys. Good job. Blue wins. Good GG's. GG to GG. GG. Fundraiser. Nope. Just putting my resume online. No, because it has to have physical copy of cover letter. You have to change everything around. I can do that in like fucking 10 minutes. Nope. No, they're hiring. They're hiring too. Oh, they're hiring too. Nice. They're hiring too. Beautiful. They're hiring too. And you guys are hiring. Wow. And you're hiring. And you guys are hiring. Nice. So maybe I should bring my resume there next week. Or maybe not. Nope. No time. Bye-bye. Oh, I got the go shot. Oh, the visionary. Yo. That's a good one. Push up pretty close to the visionary go show. 923 cores I have. Oh yeah. Is it masterwork? I can masterwork it. Okay, no, sorry. Ah, fuck off. Fucking day, man. Yeah, it's gonna be Lucy. Oh well, who cares? Fucking dude, man. I was getting 5 o'clock or whatever. Fuck, man. Fucking dude, man, is fucking shorty. Come on, guys, you gotta win. Fucking. Oh my goodness. They're all there. Wow, no. Oh, fuck. Fucking guy, man. What time is Phil on? 5 o'clock? Good. You fucking guy, man. Can you give my wrist, man? You got it. You got it, my wrist. Good stuff. Oh, fuck. Dragon breath. Is it gonna hit him? The dragon's breath? Nope. Fuck. Oh, I missed. Rip. Wish I had tracking. No tracking. No. Fucking guy, man. What the fuck, man? What? I killed him, man. I didn't kill him. Oh, fuck. Fuck off, man. That's a shot he killed, man. What the fuck? Fucking dumb, man. Fuck you, man. That's fucking kill, man. What the fuck? Oh, fuck off. Look at the 100 goal. Fucking man. You fucking chased you last match, fucking. Look at him go. You fucking guy. Fuck off. Alright, man. Come on, guys. Let's win it. Fucking let's win it. Come on. Win it, man. Wow, now they got heavy. Oh, fuck off. Oh, no. Thanks for the risk, man, but we're not gonna win this. Hey, look at them come on now, fucking tear everything up. fuck? Is he gonna get shot with a name? No, he escaped it. Oh my goodness. Fucking dude, man. You're a fucking guy, man. I lost again. Who cares? Who fucking cares? Whatever. Lost another one. GG's. I'm just waiting for Phil to get on. Or somebody funny or something. Who cares? Fucking nothing to just go out and just start firing resumes. Fucking not fair. Fucking son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Freedom fighter better Nova Scotia. Yeah, I know. Fucking. Fuck, man. Is Mikey on? Mikey on? True. Awesome. Good. Lazy Sunday. Whatever. Cheers.
Awesome. Good. Oh, what? What time is Phil's stream? 5 o'clock? I'll make sure I'm gonna tune in. I'm not allowed to do anything anymore. Who cares? Shut my phone off. I'm sick and tired of everything. Fucking just being stuck at home, locked down. You know what? I'm gonna turn the fucking convoy. I'm sick and tired of this shit. I'm sick and tired of this fucking bullshit. I'm gonna turn the fucking convoy on.
Come to Alibaba.com. Enjoy fast dispatch and low queue. Here's the good news.
Shut up,
Make the
bitch.
next year better for you. If you're from Canada and you have over
Go fuck yourself.
$10,000 of
Stopped, and there wasn't any more moving forward. So this probably is a long
Wait,
pause
Turtle.
to make a determination.
Come on, guy. I don't even want to play anymore.
Michael, if I have an ability to make another observation here,
Just don't want to do anything.
every police officer that you see here has a full function in the community in which
Just
they
gonna go for a
police.
drink and go smoke.
Public order unit officers, that's not their full-time job. So if you think living in Durham or Peel or Toronto
I'm gonna go for a drink and have a smoke.
in the rural areas of Ontario
No, I'm not
specifically,
fuck.
that this doesn't affect you. There are fewer police officers now in your city, in the rural area, than there should be. These are police officers that should be on patrol, answering calls, doing investigations criminally, and therefore aren't. And so this has an impact on your own community the longer this goes on.
It's an interesting observation because we at this point don't really know how long this is going to go on, do we?
We have no idea. So understand this, citizens, that what is happening in Ottawa does have a direct effect on your public safety. Even though your local police service will do a good job, there are holes now that have to be filled by the officers that are still in your community, either working longer shift or working on days off.
Now, as we see this, continue to look at rather the scene on Bank Street again. This is as it joins Wellington, and this is where protesters are being moved down. We heard there from Thomas Murray that it's cold right now in Ottawa. It is in fact one of the coldest capitals in the world, and they are expecting the temperatures to drop even more so with winds upwards of 70 kilometers per hour. So I'm wondering, does that work against or in favor of police action right now?
Yeah, it does both things.
Oh, fucking
It
damn.
works for the police because the spectators really aren't really dressed for the weather.
Where are my cigarettes? Oh, you got them? Yep. I got my smokes. Should I have my smokes?
the other side of the Parliament buildings. And if you're going to go one street down and turn left, that's Metcalfe Street. Now that street has been filled with trucks, filled with them for the past 4 weekends. And you can see it just a smidge above where that plow is plowing. That street has been filled. We just heard from our Evan Dyer, who is one of our fabulous reporters who's on the ground as well. We see one of the trucks being driven out now. That street, Metcalfe Street, does not have any vehicles on it at this point. So that's a big deal because they were really entrenched there. They had quite a few rows of vehicles. I had gone down there earlier in the week to talk to some of the people who were in those vehicles and asking them, you know, this was after the first day the authorities handed out those pieces of paper to say, are you thinking of leaving? And some were saying that they were even going to be there in cars blocking the police so that they couldn't get to other vehicles and trucks on those streets. So now from our Evan Dyer, and I can't see down that street, but what he's saying is that street has now been cleared of vehicles, which makes sense because we see this as well happening right in front of the Prime Minister's office, the vehicles being removed from there. So just starting from this morning and how we saw things play out, things have been moving very, very quickly. This is now down towards Bank Street. This is where you see that line of police officers with protesters right up against them, right up against their face. They are clearly, you know, not heeding any of these warnings that police have repeatedly given them over the past few days to get out of this area. Early this morning, that was back probably, I would say, just past the Chateau Laurier. If you know Ottawa at all, Chateau Laurier is down by the Rideau Centre. It's down towards the other end of the Parliament buildings, completely on the other side. This is now heading west. This is heading west. We're hitting past the West Block on the Parliament buildings, and they are really trying to clear out that whole area that was in front of Parliament Hill. There were trucks in camp there for 4 weeks, and it seems that they are moving forward and moving very quickly in doing so. Early this morning, we saw them start at the Chateau Laurier. That's when police started to move more quickly than we saw yesterday. Yesterday was more, I'd say, a bit of a passive policing. I hope I'm not saying the wrong word. I see Mr. Faulkner listening to me there, so I hope I'm not using the wrong word there. But, you know, yesterday was more, okay, let's move forward. Let's get these protesters. We'll arrest the ones that don't leave. Then we'll move the trucks out. Today we saw a more aggressive stance. And again, I hope I'm not using the wrong words here, but you know, police officers and first responders have been very patient over the last few days, and protesters were really shown a lot of respect and given more warnings to leave than any other group that I can think of during protests. And I've covered quite a few of these protests in the past as well, but many are still choosing to stay, and they stay to try to fuel their narrative. And you know, after giving them so many chances, you can see that the police have had to come in with, you know, a sign that they're just simply not going to take this anymore. That's clear when we look at the Ottawa police tweets. We see the authorities out there with the batons. They are not using them to hit people, but they will use them to push people. You can see the mounted unit back there as well. And then I think it's also the fact that they have the visors down today. Just in case things are happening. We have seen that there have been some pepper spray out there, reports of that, and it's really picked up fast, and they've really cleared out that area more quickly than I saw them clear out the area before. So, you know, they're moving faster. They're trying to get this cleared up, and one of the things, and I think it would be good to ask Mr. Faulkner this after, is don't expect to see this police presence die down in the next little while. I was even talking to units that are not from Ottawa. They're saying that they are scheduled to stay in this city for well into next week, because one of the things they don't want to see happen is they don't want to see pop-up protests. We have seen even more protesters gather into this group today, even with the 100 checkpoints that are across this downtown core, this 3-kilometer square core that is has checkpoints all the way through it, 100 of them. So these people are walking in to get to these protests. So they are determined, police are definitely determined, and don't expect to see them to stand down, you know, from policing this area or allowing these protesters to get back in, because once they get them out, they don't want to have to start playing whack-a-mole with these protests, because as Mr. Faulkner was just saying, is they spent a lot of money. They're being taken from their towns and cities right across this country. They want to be able to clear this and clear this permanently, Michael.
And you know, I actually do want to play a bit of video here, Anna, because we have seen so much happen today. But as you say, police have been perhaps quicker today than they were yesterday, but still taking this measured approach as they try to push protesters back. And I do want to play here, and I believe this is something that took place earlier today. I think this is the video around the War Memorial. Let's just listen and take a look at an arrest that happened earlier this morning, while you were actually covering the story. This is in front of the PMO's office, the Prime Minister's office there in the Marchbank. Let's take a listen. Hannah, do you remember this moment from earlier today by any chance? Or what was going to actually happen?
Yeah, so this was first thing in the morning, that when police started to make their move in on protesters, you could see that they took one protester down at that time. That was probably the first arrest of the morning, I would say. It was close to the National War Memorial before they made it up to this point, and that's really when they started to make that faster moving pace through the downtown core, through that Wellington Street area. That protester, and there was some type of smoke device that was put off at that time. Originally, there were reports that it was police. It was not police, and police were quick to respond to that it was the protester had done some type of smoke device. I don't know what it was, but you could see a little bit of that. They took that protester down, and that protester was quickly taken away. That's when the line continued to move up, and that was really the start of the morning. This morning, bright and early, I was in here covering this at 5 a.m. You could see that the protesters were back at the Chateau Laurier, at that wall that the police had put up with the fences first thing this morning, and then they started to move. Probably it was around 8 o'clock, I think. It seems like we've been here for quite some time, but they did start to move, and then there was that one protest action, the arrest that was made of that first person in the line, and then you could really see that the police were moving quickly through that area, much more quickly than I did see them move in the day earlier when we were out with them when this whole police action started.
And now from the Chateau Laurier, as you say, by the War Memorial, now protesters push back to Bank Street at Wellington, the southern perimeter of the Parliament Hill complex. You know, Hannah, let's also talk about what is happening right now in Parliament Hill, because as this unfolds, again, day 2 of this police action to end this protest, there is right now in the West Block a debate taking place around the Emergencies Act that was invoked by the Prime Minister on
Monday, that's right. As soon as the Emergencies Act is invoked, it goes into place. Yes, there is still a debate on it. Yesterday, the debate was suspended because of the police action that was taking place in the downtown core. Today, it was back up. Started at 7 a.m. is still continuing on today. It will continue tomorrow, and there will be a vote held on it on Monday evening. And I'm told it will happen at 8 p.m. Bells at 7:30. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that for sure. But one of the things, you know, in that Emergency Act that, you know, just to bring it down to ground level, what it did is it didn't allow people to bring children into this protest under the age of 18. However, we did still see kids in this protest and people bringing their children down there. Also, when it came to taking part in this, these people are taking part in an illegal protest by even being there. This was designated an illegal protest with the Emergencies Act. You couldn't supply fuel, you couldn't help with the protest, you can't even cross the Canadian-American border if you are coming here to take part in this protest. One of the things that really is fascinating about this is it immediately compelled tow truck drivers to come in and work, because there was a fear from some that they didn't want to come in and do this. Others were sympathetic to the protesters themselves. But under the Emergency Act, immediately these tow truck drivers were compelled to do this. And one of the things that our reporters on the ground have noticed as well is that they're covering up the name of their companies so that they can't see those names. That's one of the things. But inside, the debate is ongoing. We know that the Liberals are presenting their side and why they felt they had to do this, that they had no other choice because they needed to get this cleared out. You know, from downtown core residents and businesses, they were hurting their businesses. They feel they couldn't live their lives, that their democratic rights were being taken away. The protests will say that they feel theirs are being taken away by implementing this. But if you think of the residents in the downtown core, there have been a lot of people who have taken harassment, who have been abused. As you were mentioning, there was one apartment building where they locked the doors and started a little fire in there. These people who were down there, and maybe there isn't any real big criminal activity. There are, a lot of things that you can point to, but this is utter lawlessness. This is utter lawlessness in the downtown core for the past 4 weekends of this protest, and people wanted to see something done. You didn't see the Ottawa police handling this. There were no tickets being handed out at times. You couldn't even see police in the first few weeks. And then even when it came to Ontario implemented its Emergencies Act, and we still, here in Ottawa, didn't see a big police presence. People started to put pressure on the Liberal government and the Prime Minister, and I think at that point in time, he felt, well, if he's going to have to wear it, he better do something about it. And I think if you're sitting back and going, why did he do it at the time he did, I think there were a lot of pressures, there were a lot of jurisdictional pressures, and when it comes to authorities too, I'm sure Mr. Faulkner can agree with this, is that there are a lot of jurisdictions when it comes to police. There are parliamentary protective services, there's Ottawa Police, there's Ontario Provincial Police, and there's the RCMP, all in a jurisdictional area in that small area. So it became very convoluted, very complicated, and then finally the Prime Minister decided that he would do this to ensure that police could come in and not have to, and would be able to do the things they need to do without having to get sworn in and things like that.
Hannah, thank you for that, or Hannah Thibodeau in Ottawa. With that, let's take another look at various vantage points here. You see there the police line from the bird's eye view at the top left of your screen. You see the ground level view on the right. And on the bottom of your screen, you see the secure area declared by the police, preventing people and vehicles from entering and providing support to the remaining protesters. We should also note the fact that Hannah was talking about children in that protest zone, and the Ottawa Police has just sent out a tweet in the last hour, and they are saying this: we are seeing protesters bringing their children to the unlawful protest. This is a reminder, they say, if you bring a minor, a person under 18, with you to an unlawful protest site, you may be charged and be fined up to $5,000 and potentially spend up to 5 years in prison. Again, the Ottawa Police warning about the children and the minors being brought up to the police line as they try to break up this protest that has been going on for over 3 weeks now, this being the 4th weekend. And as we say that, just a bit of a note here, we're now getting word that at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, interim police chief for the Ottawa Police, Steve Bell, will be holding a media availability. He's going to talk about the ongoing police enforcement to clear protesters in the downtown area. Again, a news conference at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have that for you right here on CBC News Network with the interim chief of the Ottawa Police, Steve Bell, as he talks about this movement, this police action to break up the protest near and around Parliament Hill. Well, with that, let's go to the CBC's Thomas Day. He is near Parliament Hill covering the very latest for us today. So Thomas, what are you seeing at this hour?
Yeah, we're on Wellington here near Bank Street, Michael, and the police line has not moved. I would compare this to the police line that we saw closer to the Chateau Laurier throughout the day, yesterday, and into this morning. What happened is protesters were pushed back to this place several blocks from the Chateau Laurier site here on Wellington this morning.
that pushback happened in quick succession from police. But since then, protesters have been just held here. I would note two things. The weather. It is very blustery, very windy here, very cold, and the snow is coming down. I can't tell right now quite if it's snowing or if the snow is just blowing in our face. But police clearly are using that as one way to deter protesters and trying to get them to go home. And they might be seeing what happened at the Château-Laurier site as inspiration for this. That is to say, last night there were upwards of 200 protesters outside the Château-Laurier facing off with protesters, and as the night dragged on, the numbers dwindled, and ultimately when police moved to push back those protesters from that site this morning, there were only a couple dozen on site. Now they're dealing with much larger numbers, a couple hundred protesters in the area now. The numbers have grown throughout the day, so maybe wait and see sort of situation here on Wellington Street for the coming hours. We've seen the mounted units come and go throughout the afternoon, and protesters not being pushed back at this hour, so perhaps they're just being allowed to stay here for the coming hours until numbers start to dwindle when night falls or tomorrow morning. I have to keep in mind some of these officers were brought here early this morning to start this operation, and despite the fact that police have said they're going to continue this operation going 24/7, they might not be in a position to continue physically pushing 24 hours around the clock. There may be more action to come a little bit later. One quick word about what Hannah and you were both talking about, Michael, is the crowd and how police have told protesters that they could face fines of $5,000 or 5 years behind bars if they bring minors to this protest. Well, behind me, we're not going to show you a lot of pictures, but I have seen
Wait till you send me an invite. What you doing?
For local residents who have seen the pictures of young children lost in the front lines here. And even after this strong pushback from police, today, protesters still insist on bringing their children here.
Thomas, thank you for that. Appreciate it. We'll speak again. The CBC's Thomas.
What you doing, man? You doing a world tour?
Well, let's bring into the conversation now Jim Bremner. He is a former
I'm just doing full around.
30 years experience. He is now the president of the Canadian
we just changed the
Association. Jim joins us in Toronto. Jim, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Let's begin with the issue of children, because the Ottawa police find it so concerning that they purposely send out a tweet warning protesters about bringing children to the police line, and yet that is what is happening. As we heard from Thomas, he saw within his own timeline a child being brought to this situation. What's your reaction to that?
Watch the sneeze.
Well, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, since the beginning, there have been families present.
I haven't had a Timmy's coffee in God knows how long.
Having walked through the crowd myself, clearly there are, children under 10 and between, 10 and their teens. And of course, this is somewhat problematic for law enforcement.
Talk to us about problematic, but it creates a far more challenging situation, I think.
Oh, certainly it does, because it neutralizes some of the tools that law enforcement has to deal with that.
You're so coolish, you're so cool, man.
But it certainly, we would rather not, clearly, gas elderly or children, certainly, but I think what we're seeing.
He plays the banjo, this guy. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't know he plays banjo. You play banjo?
And to that, I'm wondering what you think of the strategy so far. As we've been noting yesterday, it seems to be a far more methodical process today. Police have moved a bit quicker than they were yesterday. What do you think of the operation so far?
Sneeze, man, sneeze. That's a good fucking record. Sneeze, get him. No, sneeze.
What's taking place is almost backwards planning, so law enforcement's laying a template over the issue and trying to put it into play.
These operations are deliberate actions and they move slowly and methodically. This morning, I've been watching live feeds for most of the day. And this morning, from what I could see and the description I could hear from people is that perhaps tear gas was used early in the morning. Clearly some smoke was used. And with that said, I think trying to make this end by, this evening, but trying to set the tone at the beginning of the day. And clearly, with the high winds that you have there, some of those tools are just not going to be effective.
Can you get his wrist, Benjo?
And just a point of clarification,
you missed his wrist,
for people at home, the police actually said that smoke came from protesters. It did not come from police services involved in today's operation. Just to put that out there.
He's been a firefight.
Talk to us about how challenging a situation this is, because we're talking about protesters who have chosen not to leave. Many already have. Several dozens have been arrested, and yet this is a core group of people that are refusing to leave the protest site. Talk to us about what type of challenge that creates for police and the type of protester they're now dealing with.
Well, I think
Smith, get his wrist.
many people began
Nice, man.
with the intention of not leaving, to the point of being placed into custody. And I think ultimately, as long as it takes, ultimately, it's what will happen. The core group will, end up being arrested and put into custody. Hopefully, that would encourage other people to acquiesce and move on down the road. But interestingly enough, it seems to be having, the opposite effect. We're seeing more people arriving, even coming in on foot into Ottawa.
What? Oh man, you beat it, Smith, what's your man?
I would say we're probably,
He got you.
It's probably into next week.
Thank you for the wrist, man. Thank you,
The
Smith.
best thing really what we have going here is the weather is assisting in some ways in breaking the resolve of the protesters. And it works on both sides.
And that's another story.
Bye-bye, protester.
Maybe after I'll share it, I just don't want to talk, all those
What's the
hours,
point?
but that's okay.
Just leave it.
It's a fascinating story because look at this. I have the best volunteers on the planet Earth. They're amazing.
Fuck, man.
No one is being paid.
Well, where you? How are you getting me from there, man? Smith. Oh, Smith.
I mean, the trucks, the picking up food, and dropping all of that costs enormous.
No.
However,
Smith's got it.
everyone that is doing this, they're doing it because they love
Oh,
Jesus.
they
They
love
want to
it.
be the hands and the feet of Jesus. They want to give people hope. And how you give people hope? Yes, you see a trouble and you can say, hey, go in peace, I love you. But is that
Did I tag him?
love?
I did.
When you see a dying child
Oh.
and you refuse to give him a son,
Smith, get
you
Smith.
see
Get him,
that
Smith.
person that is struggling and you just ignore it and say,
Nice.
"Go in peace, have a
GG,
good day."
Smith.
Is that love? I don't
Good
think
job,
so.
Smith.
Look at this girl. That's love. It's cold. Sometimes it's miserable.
So if I
sometimes
rank
it's
up
raining,
3 times, how many times
but
is
those
that?
people are coming because they
I'll have to
understand
rank
the
up another
concept of
time.
Christianity. Christianity
Okay.
is not mere words.
Go on.
Christianity is action. I am saying to you, I love you, and what I do proves that I love you. You understand the difference? Jesus didn't
Yeah,
say,
Pastor,
I
I
love you,
understand,
and
amen.
left us in hell. He says, I love you, and I'll prove it to you
Amen, Pastor.
on the cross.
I love you, Pastor.
Jesus went all the way. He died for us when we were his enemies. He died
Amen.
for us. So later on, I'm going to talk
I love you,
about
Pastor Art.
the enormous,
I love everybody.
corruption that we have
I love
in the
Pastor
city
Art
of
too.
Calgary in the province
I
of
love
Alberta.
everyone.
The homeless as well, the politicians.
That goes for freedom.
Those hundreds of
Goes for
millions of
families
dollars
fighting
that are
for
supposed
freedom.
to Fight homelessness, how they are conning the system.
For
from
MAID,
rich
for
for
everything.
themselves. But we have Mona as well,
For fentanyl, for all
and
this fucking
she's dealing with
craziness.
homeless people as well. And before I give her the
I love
mic,
everybody.
I just want you to know that Street Church, the way we designed everything, we did everything in our power to simplify. So it's a very simple concept, not complicated, and
This
it's
is
by
tough.
design. So we show up and there's music. Why music? Because it cheers them up. It calms the atmosphere. You gotta remember, we are dealing with very disturbed people, put it delicately. There are lots of gangsters there. There are lots of violent people there. There are drug addicts, drug dealers, alcoholics. You got all kinds of people on the streets. Music and food. You know, I'm a Polish man.
Dawning coming
I
up.
can be very angry
Dawning?
very quickly, but if you
When's this
stop me
coming?
up, you know what I want to do?
Oh,
Lay down
is this
like
coming
that,
up too?
like a good puppy, and
Oh,
just relax.
that hasn't come up yet in the actual reward store.
Feeding the people, you feed them, you stop them, and I'm telling you, no one wants to buy
Oh,
them.
the Dawning is coming. Yay.
It works beautifully. You stop it, and I said to the government,
Snowball
listen,
fights.
let me keep
And
feeding them.
beautiful allies and
Because at least for those few hours,
stasis
they're not
and
going to turn into crime.
festive looks, and they got new
During this time.
pulse rifle and a grenade launcher.
And of course, the government
Looks like a
said
new
no.
hand cannon.
I got tickets. My church was raided. My Bibles. But many people
That
do
looks
not know
pretty
that
cool.
there are laws on the
Got
books
the Warlock.
that giving free goods and services is prohibited by
Yeah.
law. So if you
That's
give
coming
a
up too, eh?
sandwich to
In
a
Destiny.
kid on the street, you
Pacifica.
technically, you're breaking
Okay.
the law. If you give a Bible or a
Let's see.
gospel
I'm gonna
tract
go
to
this one.
anyone, according to the city of Calgary bylaws, you committed a crime because you have given a printed
Should I put
material
on
without
the?
a
Actually,
permit,
no. I'm going to use
right?
the other
To
one.
someone, you committed a crime. That's why
I'm
police and the
gonna
bylaws raided my
use
church and they
this one.
confiscated all of my Bibles and gospel
Use my
never to give them back. So we went through hell back and forth.
yesteryear.
We stood strong. We believe that there is a purpose for it. That God has called us for something like this.
Amen.
And I know most of the Christians
Zero
would
silence.
never even look that direction. But we believe that we were called to feed the poor
Got him.
and preach the messages of
Nope. Oh, he got me.
and that's what we're doing. And as you can see, the tables are incredible. I mean, God is blessing us in such a beautiful way. And the fundraiser has a purpose because we want to do something even extra for them. Next week it's Christmas.
Oh, I put
and we
him
wanna
Hawthorns
give
in
them
the
to
low.
a
Sweet.
state. We
Could
wanna
have used it
treat
for
them
this one.
to a state that
It's all
they
good.
never ever received
I should have used that
for
one.
Christmas. We will have Christmas carolers, kids are coming singing, and we're going to have barbecues, and we want to just treat them a little bit extra.
Pastor, aren't you
As
having
know,
barbecue?
The prices of
Pastor,
beef right now are
I didn't know you're having
astronomical,
barbecue.
and I would do perfectly fine.
That's good.
I
I'm
have
happy.
no problems.
You're
It
having
was
barbecue.
not from my courts.
I
mean,
like
the
the Pastor
legal fees,
Nathaniel,
the
David,
lawyers,
Margena,
the process,
Poloski.
the punishment. I paid millions of dollars in legal fees, and the latest I had to give $130,000 to my legal team because we're still in court, so we're still fighting, and that's what wipes me out. It's not
Brilliant.
feeding the people. It's not really running to churches that we do, but those powerful hits that every few months I'm being hit with because the villains are not stopping us. Just like they're not stopping regarding Gary Grimer and Mona. They're not stopping.
They're Grimer, yeah.
You would think that
He's out of jail though, so I'm
give up
happy.
and say, okay,
I'm happy
there's
he's out
nothing
of jail.
wrong with what they're doing, but they just don't want to stop it.
Thank Jesus
I said
is
to
out
my
of
wife
jail.
today, why can't they just let us live our life? And
I'm
she
happy
said
they're
something
Grimers
very
at this
interesting.
family
She said,
now.
they cannot, because it's a global agenda to attack Christians.
Pastor
It's a
Dave.
global agenda. Christians are in their way, right? We Christians, we love the truth and we preach the truth, and that's unacceptable in every totalitarian regime. The truth, the whistleblowers, the truth seekers, the truth
Oh, damn.
talkers must be eliminated, and that's what they're doing right now. That's why they are not giving up. That's why their hunting is done. So, and Mona, if you can take from here, because you're facing the same thing, and your husband is in and out of jail, just like I was. I mean, I was fined
That's true.
360 citations, over 120 court cases, and I was arrested 16 times, and I was detained so many times that my even lawyers don't remember.
Oh, there is.
Because you can be handcuffed and taken to jail, or you can be detained, so technically under arrest, and then later released. My brother David, my own brother, was arrested because he's my brother.
What?
For doing the same
I'm
thing
really-
13 times.
My man.
Our son, our oldest son,
Nathaniel.
Nathaniel has been arrested already.
He got
1,000
arrested too.
times because he's our son. So this is an ongoing agenda. There is an attack on those that are vocal, sale and
That was nice,
are
girl.
not afraid.
Hello,
I mean, they're targeting those types of people. They're trying to eliminate those that have a voice and are not afraid to speak it. So, Mona, if you could take over from here.
What the hell? Oh, almost got him. I have to reload. I gotta reload again. Oh my goodness, how many reloads I got? Did I kill him? Yep. GG's. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Comes the game on 5 o'clock. Yeah, I'll go watch hockey. I'll watch hockey. Whatever.
To bring them to the capital. So
shut up, Omaha.
Sense remains. Choose news, not noise. And profits come full circle. Back to you. That's Service Credit Union. Save, spend, borrow, plan, and be rewarded for it. You can call it full circle banking. Isn't it time to feel good about your money? Service Credit Union.
There's a problem. Need to get back on the road? Want to get out of here? Here for it.
Even for a team with a core that's been together as long as these Panthers, a road trip always presents a new opportunity for some team bonding. Take
No,
your
you
short
guys
walk
want
to
that trip
Nashville,
to fucking.
the team's home away game in a 3-week stretch. And for this one, the players have some special guests, their dads.
It's amazing getting to share this experience with my dad's incredible. Just experience what was like for us on the road. So, Dad, what do you think? Dad, how's anything having dinner with your son?
It's my dad, Tom. We grew up. I'm taking us to every game, so to have him here in the NHL, it's a pretty cool experience.
Florida is a team with a host of recognizable names. Yet even without some of their injured stars, there's still plenty of players to help navigate what's been a somewhat bumpy start to the
He was
season.
on my wrist and fucking missed
The
it
other day
again.
I wear a letter on my jersey, but you look at Sam Reinhart, you look at Brad Marchand,
Yeah, Sam
Sam
Reinhart.
Bennett, Bob. We have a core leadership group of guys that extends well beyond what you would consider the core on this team, so we tag team it as a full group.
Welcome inside Bridgestone Arena here in Nashville. It's the Florida Panthers and the Nashville Predators tonight. It's the Panthers' dad's trip, so a lot of the dads on hand here this evening. What's going here, man?
Did you sleep? JT.
Bennett stands in against McCarran. And we are set to go here in Music City.
Just what the doctor ordered. But the Preds soon turned the game in their direction, scoring twice to tie things up, much to the disappointment of the Dads and a surprisingly relaxed head coach, Paul Maurice.
Running Marcy the two on the ice, Sam on the box. Go north, go north, go north. Horquist pass to the bench, reaches Horquist, and he scores! And yes, Horquist gives the Panthers the lead once again. It's 3-2. Sam Bennett. White pad save, bounce out front, and he scores. It's going to be Sam Bennett who gets this one, crashing the net in front. Panthers once again lead by a pair.
Lives are great. Up a couple goals here, a lot of good action. Some happy fathers in there for sure. Hopefully keep it up.
Oh, he's getting special,
I'm a
I think.
believer
Yep.
in, not screwing around with the hockey god, so I'm not saying anything, very superstitious. Always have been in terms of hockey. Drinking what you drinking. Nothing changes. Keep the hat on.
Almost time game, boys.
Turns out tonight, nothing much does change as Florida keeps rolling, eventually on their way to a season-tying high of 8 goals,
Oh my
with
goodness.
7 different
You can
Panthers
be
scoring.
Rhino, great job coming to me there.
2 and Hags and 2 on the ice. AJ Greer has the block.
Greer scores, and AJ Greer has 2 tonight. The Panthers have a 6-3 lead. Oh, yeah. Get a play, Goop. A shot, save, rebound, they score, and Sam Reinhart gives the Panthers a 7-3 lead.
Get him on the Marcy.
Marchand into the high slot.
I just thought I was missed from there.
Backs at it. States his ground.
What a pass.
Alright, what I see.
Done the finish for Loki. Pull high. Pull it up the wall. Get it over. Hey, the backhand, he scores.
Get me.
3 Panthers. Great job. And with the Dads on hand, the Panthers
There's a tie game between the two. It's no good.
and a pretty fair number of rats rained down here in Nashville from the Panthers fans.
Just missed it. Almost got it. Almost got it. That was so close.
You can hand it to him.
Can't say enough about how great it is now we're down to this. When superstition comes into play, you want to get points. We can do another one next year and the year after that. So nice to get the win, nice to get a bunch of goals. And it's good for a lot of guys to get on the score sheet, get confidence, and hopefully that'll help us in the future. All right, stay out of jail, man.
So far this season, Florida hasn't had many of these games, but the route in front of their Dads sends everyone home happy. On the road to the 2026 Discover NHL Winter Classic, presented by Enterprise, official partner of the NHL. We're here for it.
There's a problem. Need to get back on the road? Want to get out of here? Here for it.
Fuel is what keeps you going strong. That's why UFA's reliable bulk fuel delivery makes sure you have the fuel you need when you need it. Fleetwood Farm with convenient bulk fuel service.
I hate this toxic wave man.
Whenever they
so
drink,
rude.
and wherever they drink,
It's so rude.
whatever they may be drinking, and whoever they're drinking with. Whether it's alcohol or drugs, impaired drivers pose a danger to us all. If you suspect an impaired driver, call 911 to report it as a crime in progress to the police. We call it Operation Lookout, and we want you to be part of it. Thanks for helping to keep our roads safe. A message from Arrive Alive, Drive Sober.
Some milestones call for a celebration. Like a birthday. A job well done. Or just getting out for happy hour. Milestones. Celebrate anything.
Is your life becoming unmanageable due to anxiety or depression? Is past trauma impacting your day-to-day life? Are you resorting to alcohol, medications, or other substances as a way to cope? Our residential mental health programs can help you address and make sense of your mental health issues, allowing you to live a better quality of life afterwards. Call us today.
We all start on different bases, and only some of us make it safely home. Anyone can get stuck on first, without a clear path to home base. There are over 235,000
Come on, guys, can we win a game, please? We need to win a game.
Raising the Roof is on a mission to help all those in need find a safe place to call home. With every purchase of a Raising the Roof baseball cap, you are helping us get one step closer to ending homelessness in Canada. Visit raisingtheroof.org to get yours today, because everyone deserves a home base.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel neglected or unloved? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
There's magic in the air. This is the biggest challenge we've ever done. Tonight we complete that challenge. One last time.
Oh, you got me too.
It is absolutely the right time to buy.
Whatever you do, do not buy.
These stocks are bound. There's going to be guaranteed returns.
Recent points on the player. I'm not like confident or like this is fucking stupid and people losing things.
Children's Hospital Foundation and other children's charities across the province, helping them help kids get better.
Grit. Sure, it's mud and rocks and sweat and all that. Always will be. But grit is also an idea. An idea that changes the way we see and the way we do things. With an available iForce Max hybrid powertrain, Toyota Tundra is the new definition of grit.
We're here for a convertible.
How about an SUV? Want to get out of here?
How about a fucking $1 million? How's that sound? Just say that in Quebec with $1 million. How about that?
Here for it.
You know that early December homestand the New York Rangers began the month with? Well, the late November injury to defenseman Adam Fox meant it didn't exactly get off to the best of starts. Now, like the Panthers, the Rangers too will have to endure a major injury to a key player who might miss the Winter Classic.
The message is that it's the next man up, and let's be ready to play. Injuries are part of the game. Every team goes through them. We're no different. I mean, obviously, Foxy's not an easy guy to replace for so many reasons. I'm sure I'm stating the obvious when I say that, but we're going to put a game plan together based on the people that we have and try to set our group up for success.
Okay, thank you.
Just finished practice, heading back to the city. Been in the city since day one I got traded here. Have no plans of moving out here. 53 minutes. Hope you have a lot of questions.
As the longest tenured current New York Ranger, 32-year-old center Mika Zibanejad is used to making the drive back and forth from the team's training center in Westchester County to his home in Manhattan. It gives him time to reflect on what's ahead. This week, a game against a tough opponent.
It's going to be a tough game, obviously, against Dallas, but just put on a good performance and feel good about our games at home now, and we're going to be home for a little bit, so should start tomorrow.
You know, our guests, they don't speak Swedish, so maybe it's good if we talk English. Yeah, when she's in school, she only talks English with the teachers, but at home we only talk Swedish. I think we change her outfit 10 times a day, at least.
Clearly, Ella Zibanejad is the apple of Mika and his wife Irma's eye. Every player has to sacrifice a lot to be in the National Hockey League. But 2-year-old Ella has given each of the Zibanejads a different perspective on that part of their life.
I think it's cool to see, even though she's only like 2, but to see like a resemblance of yourself. And just like seeing her form her like personality.
We have the privilege to have a really, really fun life, but bad part is that they're away from their kids so much, of course. We always like count down the days when he's gone, like we do a little mark, like okay, now it's 5 days, now it's 4 days, and now it's 3 days, and the closer he gets, the happier she gets. I missed you, Daddy. I felt like I missed him a lot before we had Ella, but now when you have her, it's like, oh, it's 10 times worse. It's obviously even harder for him to like leave his child so much. Outfit change 15. It's about it. This is like a normal day. Good job, Mika. Taking one for the team.
After a couple of days off, it's back to work for the New York Rangers, who wrap up their 2-game homestand tonight with a visit from a 17-5-4 Dallas Stars team that has won 4 in a row and 10 of their last 12. The big news, of course, Adam Fox placed on long-term IR. That means 10 games, 24 days. Minimum, he's going to have to be sidelined, and there's no other way to slice it. That is a huge, huge absence for this New York Rangers hockey club. Rangers 2-8-1 on home ice, and only 5 points so far through the first 11 games. That is the fewest in franchise history.
Okay, guys, let's start to build something at home here that we can be proud of, that we can get excited about. Okay? Give a hit, take a hit, get involved right away. All right? But we've got to start to grab a hold of this. And for me, like we talked about the last couple of days, it's all about the opportunity in front of us. Can't change what's happened. All we can do is react moving forward. Okay? Tonight's the night. Let's start to build something good here at home. All right? Let's be ready to play.
Schneitz, Gavi, Jason number 28 for the blue shirts. That is tied for the most.
Did I get the catalyst? Yo, I got exotic kill. Where is it?
They look to turn around their fortunes here.
Yo, where is it?
I have a feeling the first 10 minutes.
Oh my goodness, I did get it. Oh, I got the pale exotic. Moonwoods, Catalyst, and Thunderlord. Reachers. A couple. Ah, shoot. Almost got you. No. Those closest. Almost got you. Almost got you. Almost got you.
Previous 11 home games, the Rangers have been shut out in 5 of them. And tonight is just the 3rd time New York has scored the first goal in a game at the Garden. But the lead doesn't last long.
Sent back to the blue line, kept alive, a shot, they score! And Dallas has tied the game.
On here, gotta respond.
And that'll take us to the end of 20 minutes of play. The Rangers
That was a close
and the
one,
Dallas Stars.
I got you.
Okay, good period. Much better start.
Nope.
Second period's a long change period. So let's be smart with our decisions when the late shifts. Get pucks deep. Let's have smart changes. Let's have clean changes. Let's put your teammates in good positions when they come over the boards. All right? Keep going.
The Rangers are playing well tonight.
Got try! Got try!
But there's a reason Dallas has the second best record in the league.
Passing right and scores.
Oh, no, I got him. Dragon Breath Kettle's done. Return to Benchy. Yeah, Kettle is serious.
New York hasn't scored since the opener, and as the game winds down, the Rangers still trail 2-1.
Will Cooley! The Rangers tie the game with the extra attacker late in the third.
With 1 point safely in the bank as overtime begins, Mika and the boys hope to gain another.
Savannah carries it in. He's in from Panarin. Down the middle. Panarin stick dealing, shooting. That's it. Rebound. Score! Rangers win in overtime. It's Gavrikov to follow it up.
That is a huge win. That is a season.
We need 2 more. Come on. 2 more points, boys.
When it seemed like they were about to face another home defeat.
With the way things have gone here at home, it could have went the other way, and it didn't. I give you a lot of credit for just hanging in there and digging in. This could be the start of something really good at home. Feel good about it. Let's get excited about the next opportunity we get back here. I know that this group has an opportunity to establish home ice advantage, which is what it's going to be for us moving forward. And this is the start of it tonight. Great job.
In New York, spirits are high. The Rangers are feeling more at home at the Garden while continuing their road dominance. On the other hand, just when Florida's injuries look to be catching up to them, the Panthers found their championship form, winning twice on home ice before heading west. On the road to the 2026 Discover NHL Winter Classic, presented by Enterprise, official partner of the NHL.
Did I get him?
For it.
No.
Remember to tune in January 2nd to the Discover NHL Winter Classic.
Oh, one shot. Oh no. I'm doing. Get the song for me.
Welcome to one of the most beautiful cities in the world. If you ask the Edmonton Oilers that question, the answer might be different for the Montreal Canadiens. And tonight they could be history, legacy evening on the part of Leon Draisaitl as he tries to secure a point. And what a point it would be for him. And then, as I welcome inside one of the wonderful buildings, and I get a chance to work it just like Rogers Place. Can I hear the, hear the music? Yes. So, listen.
Principe, Mr. Principe.
Check in.
Mr. Principe.
Back and forth they went, but the Germans loved it, so they kind of took over the polka. Like Leon, 1 point away for Leon Draisaitl. This is an incredible story on the part of this kid who decided he wanted to play the National Hockey League, and boy, has he ever. Last night it was close, Leon, but not quite. German engineering, durable, precise, and unbelievably successful. I'm talking about Leon. Look at this little guy. I love the hair. And then I know he enjoyed the swimming pool, but they had to freeze that because he was unbelievable. There's his mom Sandra and sister Kim. I mean, he left Germany and came over and said, I want to be a National Hockey League superstar. The Oilers said, we agree. What a moment going back to play his dad's team, Peter. And then he fell in love with the love of his life, Celeste, and was married this past summer. Okay, oil country is saying to Leon, good luck. People back in the old country are going, Veel Gloop, Leon, Veel Gloop. But what could happen this evening? Look at him, man. He does stand tall. Not only in the dressing room, but right around the world of hockey. And I'm not saying, but there is quite a good opportunity. Something like this could happen tonight. I mean, he hurts a lot of teams, but he's had a ton of success against the Montreal Canadiens. And the Canadiens are struggling right now. They will be motivated to make sure that they're not the team that gets point 1,000. Hold on. 1-1-2. 1-1-2. Two guys I never poke a fun at. Here they are, Louis DeRuss and Jack Michaels.
He's just warming up for Pennsylvania, folks, because that's the only polka song I know. Pennsylvania Polka from Groundhog Day. Louis, it's Groundhog Day all over again for Connor McDavid. Once again, surging up the rankings in terms of goals and points. And for you, does it start with a shot volume?
It does. You know, I really think that. And, you know, he's talked about, he's been very candid about the fact that he needs to bring the puck to the net a little bit more. Now, he's 20th in the league with 99 shots, leads the Oilers. But as of late, in the last 5 games, he has 7 goals, 15 points, 24 shots. That, to me, tells me that he's really making a determined effort just to shoot. And this is a guy that loves to pass the puck. He's an amazing passer. Look at this one to Hyman. But when he's got the shot mentality, when he's going and driving to the far post, destination far post, I know that's a slang they use in the room. He's a dangerous player, and he's on top of his game right now, and he might have a big hand in Draisaitl's 1,000th point.
Yeah, you want a fearless forecast? Draisaitl set up McDavid for 1,000. I know Connor wants that opportunity tonight. The Edmonton Oilers have an opportunity to sweep a back-to-back, having won in Toronto last night. From the Bell Center, we're live next.
Rogers Oilers Hockey on Sportsnet. Brought to you by the Rogers 5G Plus Network. Plus it up with 5G Plus plans making you more on Canada's most reliable 5G Plus network. And by Molson. We've been everywhere because we're for everyone. Molson. Everyone in.
There's magic in the air. This is the biggest challenge we've ever done. Tonight we complete that challenge. For one last time.
Nasal congestion is tough. Try Hydrosense for fast-acting relief at the site of nasal congestion with 100% naturally sourced seawater. Hydrosense, breathe better with our Science of the Sea.
Modern lives deserve modern design. Discover furniture curated to match the way you live, with flexible financing that fits your lifestyle. Kanto Furniture, define your home.
Blood of victory. And I thank you that you already have given us the ending. We know how the story ends. We have already won because you have already won.
Hey, welcome back to Montreal. Pamela Carter of Edmonton, youth and drinking with Save On Foods $1 million for and 3 by Andy
Oh, good, rank 2, fuck off. I can't even go out there in public and fucking start firing resumes. Fucking broke. Fucking broke. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. Oh, it's no Monday. Who fucking cares? I don't want to watch no stupid hockey game. I want a fucking job. I want a fucking freedom. I want 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 to get the fuck out of here. Fucking China. Fucking China. Chat. Jason. Man, don't even go so fucking dumb. Oh, got him. Nice. What really is he? What really is he? Alright. Rip. Rip, rip, rip. Oh, he's on. Do you get it? Do we get it? Oh, nice. I did get him. One guy catalyst done. Now, which one? Truth. I need truth catalyst. Yay. No. Yay. Fuck. We. Kill him, I'll kill him. Yay. Yay, got him again. Oh, almost got him. Almost got him. Freedom. Bill C9 denied. Well, less freedom. We got none. No freedom. Yay. Less freedom denied. Yep, we're getting less freedom now. We got no freedom here. No freedom whatsoever. Oh, rip. Less and less freedom. Every day there's less freedom. Rip. No freedom here. In China. No freedom in China. None whatsoever. Yay. Merry Christmas, less freedom. Yay. Three minutes. Less freedom. 4 minutes to less freedom. More or less freedom. Freedom. Yay. Oh, it's a gold day. 80. Yay. Well. Okay, fucked off. I think it's time for freedom. Yep, I think we better turn on some freedom. I can't stand this no more.
Looking to sit on coffee like Leeds Montreal.
Fuck you. Freedom.
Welcome, guys. It's Thursday, currently 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon, and we are live on the YouTube platform Travel Fund 69, downtown Ottawa for the Truckers Freedom Convoy 2022. Big ups to Dylan. Thank you so much for that. Right off the top as we get started here, and just walk in. Big ups to
Big ups to you, boy.
Parliament area. We're gonna see what's going on there. There's a bunch of activity going down.
Big ups to you, Travel Fund 69. You're fighting for freedom.
Take your time over there.
How come?
How's everybody today? Appreciate the follow. Thanks so much, guys.
Yep. Yep. Freedom. Freedom.
Good to see you. Nice, Ryan. Thank you. Cheers, everybody in the chat. Of course, Billy Blue's in the house.
Yep.
It's a little colder today. It's I think it's -6 or -7.
Whatever.
Something like that.
Who cares? cares?
Hope all is well. All right. So we are doing this. There's a couple different convoys and a lot of different things happening at different locations. Of course, there was some stuff on the border that was happening.
How many convoys? Because I know 20 that are coming.
At the
20
border,
convoys coming.
they
Not just
came
one.
to some kind of
20.
agreement.
20 convoys are coming within the next 3 weeks.
Carolyn Z, how you doing? Tanya Anderson, how you doing? Back to Tim Hortons, yeah. I just had
There's about 20 convoys coming.
So we're doing good. Cheers. Cheers, everybody.
Yeah.
Share it out. Subscribe. Turn the notification bell on. Thanks for being here. Travel Fun 69. Travel Fun 69.
That's it. I will use my load of wolves.
Signs are in the house. Cheers. Welcome back again. Scratch a beat, PA. All right. Heading to the action. Cheers, guys.
Yeah. Load of wolves. Oh, that didn't work.
Definitely colder. Got the gloves on. Got the hand warmers. The feet warmers.
Oh,
We're ready. We're ready.
colors.
Keep it going.
Cool colors.
Good news. I got the notification
Yeah.
that my new phone is ready for pickup at FedEx tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the morning. So I am going back to Toronto tonight. Tomorrow I will have a new phone, and we're going to be in good hands tomorrow for tomorrow's stream when I return back to Ottawa. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, right?
Good question, Ryan. There's still a lot. I think there's a lot more that's coming. I think there's some coming from the U.S. I haven't got an update on that yet. But as soon as I hear, I will let you know. Of course, they're keeping the fuel in the trucks.
Hong Kong. Cool.
St. Santos, cheers.
She's Hong Kong guy.
Sharon.
You're Hong Kong. I love you, guy. You're always so funny. You know how to keep it fun. Oh, more like melee. Damn. I'll try to get the Riz. That's a harmonica. No, that's Chubba's truck. That's Chubba's truck. Chubba.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate it.
Chubba busy.
Oh, Channel 569. Okay,
Hong
sorry. Here
Kong.
you go. Drive, guys. Channel 569. Thanks so much.
Chubba.
Awesome.
Thank you for the Riz, Wicked.
Yeah.
I like Chubba.
That's right. Appreciate it. Thank you. Awesome.
Chubba's always funny, fuck. He's always everywhere. Chubba Vizi. Basher. Oh, I haven't seen that in a while. Yeah. Basher. Bastion. Bastion.
All right. Darren Arnold says, what are your thoughts?
That was good one.
Jets have hurt. Whoa. Hoping they're following too much. That's a good question. I think probably ask the chat on that. Chat, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's good. Travel Fund 69. I think it's good.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah, that's it. Travel Fund 69. Hong Kong. Hong Kong, bud.
Portland Andy in the building, I guess.
Thank you, Wicked.
Portland Andy, cheers. We're live. How you doing, Portland Andy?
Jabba had the nicest truck during the convoy.
Thanks. Thanks, guys. Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah, here's the car anyway. Here we go.
Actually, Jabba had the red truck.
Yeah, yep.
The red
Awesome.
semi-truck.
Appreciate it, man. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it, man.
Red
Awesome. Thank you.
semi-truck.
Thank you,
Red
guys.
Jabba. Busy.
All right, let's so
Jabba.
keep on going. We'll say hi to our buddies along the way.
Keep on trucking.
Cheers! Live on Travel Fund 69 YouTube platform and big ups to Portland Andy, the whole Army crew.
You guys got the whole crew there?
Thursday afternoon.
Oh my goodness, yeah, you do. Fuck. I see Jabba's truck. There's Jabba's truck.
Hopefully the
I see it.
weather holds up a bit.
Fuck
I
yeah.
actually checked out in the
I see Jabba's truck.
hotel. I actually left my umbrella in there, so
I see your truck.
donated that to the
Jabba, busy.
hotel. I know Kevin's got one if I need one. All good.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
good, all good.
I see his truck. And I see Church of Bubbles. I see his truck too. Yeah, fuck, I see all them trucks. Convoy, Freedom Convoy. Yeah, I'll rip.
All right. Get him in the house. How you doing?
Good. Get
Thanks,
to it,
Jasmine. 240 in the chat. Share it out. Share it out.
240.
Hit
That's
that
cool.
thumbs up. Turn that notification bell on and subscribe. Travel Fund 69.
I'm sub
big ups to
to.
Portland
Let me go
Andy.
check.
Subscribe to him.
I'll go
Cheers.
check if I'm sub to.
Peter, how you doing, bud?
Yeah, I
Hope
sub to.
everything is good.
Yeah.
The hot
Yeah, I
dog
sub.
area, yeah.
I sub to
Big ups
you.
Portland Andy.
Yeah. I take order. Yeah, take that.
Cheers, bud.
Cheers, bud. Yeah. We have fun time with you.
There's our bud. He might be, he's on the phone. I'll talk to him in a bit. I can see he's on the phone there.
Postmaster's full. Oh, fuck.
We'll talk to him in a
Okay.
little bit.
Tory's on and Crimson's
Police
on.
presence down here. Everything's still
Oh, yeah.
peaceful. Everything's still good.
Let's see.
As we walk towards Parliament.
Parliament, yeah. I get fucked. Maria Z speaks out.
Awesome.
Uh-oh. mRNA.
Definitely colder than yesterday. 300 people in the chat. Share it out. Thank you.
Maria Z.
Jasmine, make sure I remember to plug the phone in about a half hour. There's something
You
going on
plug
with
your
this
phone?
cord.
Yeah, mine's right there plugged in charging. I ain't touching it.
Need a new cord, but I'm gonna plug directly in the phone. I'll try that cord out in about a half hour. I'm still good. All right, so live on Travel Fund 69. Let's see what's going on down here. Cheers, Portland Andy.
Yeah. Portlandy.
Big shout out to
Yeah.
Jeff Mack. That was sharing us out yesterday, of course, and his crew.
Did I get a better Hawthorne?
Kicks TV in the house.
Smooth bore, steady rounds, gray
How you
rubber.
doing?
No. Oh, I got a bad
Picture now.
Moss
Big
Atmore.
ups. Yeah, big ups, Kicks.
I got small bore high cal low demoralized side of the store. Yeah. That's not bad.
Share it out. Put it on the community tab.
Yeah.
Social media. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. I share everything on social media.
Just getting started. 11 minutes in. We are live.
Thunderlord. Nice. I got the Thunderlord. Honk honk.
You two now. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was right ahead of you. Oh, that was like really ahead. That's awesome, brother. How you doing? Good, man. Good. Here's my
Good, brother.
Thank you so much, man. Yeah, for sure.
This guy's fucking funny.
That's amazing. All right, big up Future Now in the house.
This guy's
I
fucking
know
funny.
that far ahead. I was like right up front. That's wicked. Yeah. That's amazing. That's amazing.
You got a good sense of humor.
Kevin K's down there. I might be speaking around too. Oh, wicked.
You got a
Yeah,
hot
yeah.
thorns.
We'll catch up. We're going to catch up for sure.
Hot thorns.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I appreciate it, man. We're here all day, and I got to go back to Toronto tonight, and I'm back again tomorrow. Awesome, mate. Thanks, man. Future Now in the house. Cheers.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I do. It's a 540. I'm gonna keep that one I have.
That'd be great.
What's it got?
Thanks, Future Now. Appreciate it so much,
Red
man.
Mag, Lone Wolf,
That's cool, man.
Power Binary over closing time.
Thanks,
What's the
man.
other
He
one
knows
have?
the drill.
Does it have
Thanks.
a...
God bless you, Travel Fun. Says Randy, thank you.
Actually, doesn't have the other one. No, forget it.
Benji Dolly, how you doing, sir? Here to see you, my brother from a different mother in Korea.
Yeah.
Not the north, but the south.
Yeah.
Benji Dolly TV, cheers, man. How are you doing, sir? All right, 333 in the chat.
What a
342.
fucking guy.
Share it out. Cheers, guys. We're live downtown Ottawa. Travel Fun.
Ottawa.
69. And big up Portland Andy. His whole crew. Cheers. So they're doing some speeches. We'll see who's speaking. Got to be careful with some of the speeches. I already know a few YouTube channels that were taken down last night from these speeches. Thank God I'm not one of them. So depending on what they're talking about,
Yo, you funny guy.
it kind of matters what they're talking
You're
about.
so
we'll
funny.
see. There's Kevin. Kevin's live
Where's
on his
Kevin?
channel too right now. We'll see
Who
what
the
he's
fuck
doing.
is Kevin?
People could have done more research about exactly how bad this option really is. Or maybe like something other than fix this option problem. Alright. Or maybe we got to give the keys to the truck anyway. So we used before.
Where's Big Red?
Rocket ships that have never been tested before. You see what I'm doing? I left the umbrella for now. If you want to take this on,
Hey, Big Red.
okay, Big Story TV says hi. Okay, thank you guys. Really good to see you. I can believe that. I just started. It's cold. It's cold. It's cold. And there are going to be. I'm just going to show around here a little bit. That's Kevin Kane. Big Story. That's Kevin Kane. I'm totally okay with that.
Oh, I did get the catalyst.
Cheers, guys. That's 400 people in the chat. Share it out. All right, Travel Fun 69. Travel Fun 69.
I like you,
Here on the
guy.
YouTube platform. And big ups.
Big ups. Okay, YouTube
Mr.
platform,
Portland
top
Andy in the house.
69.
Make sure you check his channel out too and subscribe to him and all that good stuff here.
Good stuff.
Nice. Jeff, Kevin, cheers. Be careful.
Cheers,
Absolutely. Thanks for checking it out, Chris. Hey man, we miss you, brother. Yes. Thanks, Gemini Lee. Thank you. Yeah, I ate something absolutely here. Thank you. Oh yeah, thanks. That's amazing. SM, sharing you to a 1300 board.
Oh, that's a lot.
Thanks so much. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, how much? Good Lord, man.
Antarctica, thank you for refrigeration. Good to have you back. Good to have you back.
Good to have you back, that's it. Yeah, I'll go look for a job.
Here's a Canadian flag, of course. Hey, Bachelor, how you doing, man? From 5 PM Online Channel. Cheers. How you doing? Welcome. 408 in the chat. Share it out. Adam, big up Portland Indies. Hot dog crew, the gang, the army, the soldiers. The boots on the ground. The boots on the ground. From the ring yesterday.
Yeah. Boots on the ground. Yeah.
Thanks, SR. Cheers, man. Absolutely, Sizer. Absolutely. That's right. That's right.
Boots on the
Oh
ground.
yeah, Saskatchewan. I heard all the countries
Saskatchewan.
that have ended it. It's quite amazing. It's quite amazing. Quite amazing. Check out my other channels. Yes. Thanks, guys. We're having a good day. Let's go see what Kevin's doing over here. We got Big Chidori, Chris TV in the house. Big Chidori TV.
Oh my goodness.
We can solve problems together. Does that make sense? Okay, so look, all we're asking from the politicians is just come and talk to us. We're Canadians, we're good people, we're loving and compassionate. Let's sit down together like Canadians have always done and work this thing out together. No one wants this to continue any longer than it has to. Okay? We all want to get back to work and live our own lives, and we need the politicians to step up and help us do that. Thanks very much. God bless you all.
Hello. Time is at 6. Whatever.
Thank you, Dr. Barry. It is such an honor to be here on stage with so
Is
many
that Melanie Switzer?
and professionals.
Is that Benita Peterson?
And Roughneck,
Yeah, that's
we
Benita
have
Peterson.
Diane who's brought her kids over here, and she wants to give us a little bit
That's Benita Peterson.
perspective on what
And Melanie
kids
Switzer.
are living through these days. So, Diane, I'll give the mic to you. Thank you so much.
Of course, we're just being careful with the speeches, depending on what they're talking about. So,
That is
Ready, guys? I wore my Terry Fox shirt.
That's the Terry Fox shirt. Wow.
Terry Fox thing.
Terry Fox, of course, they're Canadian Idol.
Okay, well now you know. Now Terry Fox is more
That
famous.
is them.
Terry Fox is more famous. I had to wear it because I've had this break many times for many people who've had cancer. Hallelujah. So when you hear things going on, just believe everything you say and everything you hear because it's not all true. Now, I introduced myself. My name is Diane Nolan. I was here a couple of days ago just sharing about being a mom. I didn't give you a whole bunch of detail about what I do. Just Google me and then you'll find out the rest. But I'm a mom of 5 boys, and I really care about the next generation. I have 5 boys, and I'm a single mom for the last 9 years, and I just want to talk
That's
about this
it.
generation.
Single mom.
Actually, today I took my kids out of school, and I said, guys, we're going downtown. I already have one of my sons is out here, because he didn't want to stop, but I got my youngest. My oldest is 25, my youngest is 12, this is Adam. It's a miracle, they're all miracles, I was told I didn't have any. So now I'm supercharged because this convoy represents to me this next
Hong Kong,
generation.
Chaba, Church of Bubbles, everybody. Melanie Switzer, Benita Peterson, Drew Roulette.
And you want to adopt a trucker? I'm sure you'll have that support system you need
Hong
to
Kong.
know that you got kids all over the world just like I do. Because I'm a mentor and a coach to thousands of younger people, some of them online, but some of them personal. Why am I telling you this? Because I want to share with you something. When COVID came up, we had to make some decisions. And I want to just say to Jim Watson right now, because he likes to put money to words. He always says how much it costs this city every day. And the people in residence, he said it costs over $800 to have to spend. I want to just tell him every life is priceless.
She's good.
It's precious.
She is good.
And the amount of times we close things and not open up, we need to really do a
She's
banking
stupid.
system that's proper because these are priceless times.
Are you serious?
Amen? And when you shut a kid out of school,
I'm
or
here.
something
Thank you, So I'm going to ask Adam a couple questions. Trainer Kim, thank you so much for that. And I want you to hear some key things. Thank you so much. When COVID hit, Adam, he told Mom that he thought it was a lot of fun. 500 is the chat. Share it out. Travel Fund 69.
Well, COVID hit, then everything got fucked. And it's gonna get more fucked. I'm telling you right now. It is getting fucked.
I didn't get to see any of it.
But next year, it's gonna get more
What
fucked.
happened to the neighbors on the street? Did they want to come over?
Never mind, next year, 2027 is gonna be hell.
And
I
then
told
what
you,
happened
digital
to
ID,
the
everything's safe.
homeless?
Fucking,
Did you get less,
nobody believes me.
more, or confusing, or how would you define it? Confusing. But you have a pretty good mom. No problem. So you start to read something about you have nice relations and you're going out to play and you're getting violence. And the kids, every time they got bored, they have a timeout and they start to
Gamer,
build
don't
up
talk
a
to politics,
violent
right?
now here.
I forgot.
And it's not a dream
I'm not a
center, and it's
politician.
not smoking and cabins and all
My friend
that stuff.
Batman.
So they use their imaginations, take it places, right? But then I want
I was
to
excited for Banner and Banner. And who
when
does
something happened in our family,
Sweet. Merry Christmas.
something happened in our family, and I know that we don't have to say, oh, it's all there.
I'll come.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Gina.
Did you hear me? 1 minute.
She's good, and Gina's a good public speaker. Five minutes left. There's Hondu.
Oh, maybe. I think he's holding though. Oh. 60.
Who's got Carlos done? Hold him back.
Sometimes, yeah. Tonight I have to go back.
You take him?
And then I'm coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, you got him. Oh,
That's right,
I didn't get him. I thought I got him.
This is from something else. The other one's not good. This
Did you
one's
get
not
him?
good.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, you guys got him. Is Phil on? Oh, I'm watching Phil Brown. I'm turning Phil Brown on. No, Phil is live. Yeah, I'm turning Phil on. Yeah, that's why I got Rumble. I'm turning Phil on right now. Phil is live right now.
The horn is stuck.
Phil is live. I just saw him hit the live. Yeah, I'm turning Phil on right now. Is Phil live right now? Yeah, he's live. I don't know, watch this.
Very suspect.
I'm gonna share this.
His name and the previous to today, his name was never searched. This is today
I think I have enough.
There's something else going on behind here.
See searches.